Chapter 768. David didn't immediately try to cut Lord Merlin's soul. Although it was a 5th-level soul, only the origin was left. Without a period of recovery, a 5th-level soul couldn't reach the level of the original Lord Merlin's soul. He didn't have any soul energy left before, so he could only wait for the next time he had soul energy. When Lord Merlin's soul recovered, he could then try to split the soul and activate the energy doppelganger. David sent Lord Merlin into the gene repair cabin, added gene repair fluid, and redesigned his face. Next, he resurrected Lord Emir and Lord Luke, and reconstructed their faces one by one. After a few hours of hard work, the 3 5th-level knights named Michael, Bayer, and Harry stood in front of him. Even after experiencing the grand gathering of 63 5th-level knights, David still felt extremely excited to see 4 5th-level knights standing in front of him. It must be known that when the shrines summoned them, it was only the energy doppelganger of a 5th-level knight. The original bodies of the 15 5th-level knights were all the shrine's own 5th-level knights. From this, it could be seen how rare a 5th-level temple knight was. Under the vast starry sky of the great world of God, there were only a few 5th-level knights. In the training room, the 4 5th-level temple knights floated half a meter above the ground. As soon as they started training, David found the problem. The energy on Bama Star was extremely abundant, but when the 4 5th-level temple knights trained together, the energy of the entire area was completely drained. It was even more terrifying than when David trained by himself. Therefore, the 4 5th-level temple knights only trained for a short 2 minutes before helplessly stopping. The energy here was simply not enough. David shook his head. He finally understood why 5th-level temple knights were so rare. The energy consumed for this cultivation alone was probably a huge expense. It was impossible to rely on the energy between heaven and earth to maintain it. Only the top Krypton crystal could maintain the energy supply. But ordinary energy gathering arrays might not be able to guarantee the cultivation of a 5th-ranked temple knight. A more powerful, large-scale energy gathering array would be needed. This matter had to be put on the agenda. Currently, he could only let the 4 5th-ranked knight meditate to recover their soul energy. It would still take some time for them to cultivate their bloodline power. Of course, David didn't plan to set up a large-scale spirit gathering array in the Chinya Manor. A large-scale spirit gathering array would affect the surroundings, and the heart-warming lotus in the Chinya Manor was extremely precious. Today, not only were the 4 5th-ranked temple knight unable to cultivate, David himself was also unable to cultivate because the energy was too thin. The Aristocratic Affairs Office should be about to issue the titles and rewards. When the time comes, I'll go to Gammy Star and build a large-scale energy gathering array. David thought to himself. He had the ability to surpass ordinary Grandmaster alchemists. His perfect alchemy ability allowed him to build an extremely rare large-scale energy gathering array without relying on others, as long as he had the corresponding materials. The premise was that there had to be a place that wasn't affected by others, because a large spiritual gathering array would affect a very wide range of energy. Adding to that the fact that 4 temple knights of the 5th rank often train together, the energy fluctuations they would cause would be too conspicuous. After seeing the power of gods, David chose to keep a low profile, even though he had the fighting strength of 4 5th-ranked temple knights. David sat in the training room, meditating with the 4 5th-ranked temple knight for the whole night. In the morning, he checked the situation of the souls of the 4 5th-ranked temple knights. When the 5th-ranked soul doppelgangers were in their respective soul spaces, they shared soul energy with his main soul. Now that the 4 5th-ranked soul doppelgangers were in the bodies of the 4 5th-ranked temple knights, and after a night of meditation, the doppelgangers had recovered half of their strength. It could be assumed that in another day, the doppelgangers would reach the standard of a 5th-ranked temple knight soul. This time was about the same as David's guess. A 5th-ranked temple knight's body and bloodline had the effect of nourishing the soul. If not for the doppelgangers being too weak and having only the quality of a 5th-ranked soul, the doppelgangers would have recovered after a night of meditation. David wasn't in a hurry to recover the 4/5 rank Temple Knights, because he received a message from Steward Jason through the communication array. The Aristocratic Affairs Office had informed him to go, presumably regarding the matter of the title and territory. He also wanted to have his own planet, so that he could do a lot of things more conveniently. Although he felt that it shouldn't be, David still put the 4/5 rank Temple Knights into his summoning ring, and stayed with the 15/4 rank Sky Knight, all on the Shadow Attendant's finger. Summoning the warhorse Xiao Hua, he mounted it and headed towards Bama City. The Bama Star Aristocratic Affairs Office was a typical office, but more luxurious than ordinary offices. It had a 2-story structure and several dozen offices with obvious signs hanging on the door. Of course, the front was only the external window of the Aristocratic Affairs Office, providing all kinds of services to the nobles, coordinating the relationship between the nobles, and protecting the rights and interests of the nobles. The core of the Aristocratic Affairs Office was a huge area behind the 2-story building. This area included intelligence, combat, logistics, investigation, and so on, providing the corresponding support for all the affairs of the nobles on Bama Star. When David arrived at the Aristocratic Affairs Office, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Aristocratic Affairs Office had just started working. There weren't many nobles who came to work. There were 4 other nobles waiting to enter with him, but only David came alone on his warhorse. The rest of the nobles sat in their carriages, and a butler held a heraldic card to go through the preliminary procedures. Perhaps because of the recent events, David had forgotten the extravagance of a noble. However, he didn't mind. The Aristocratic Affairs Office wouldn't deny him a title and territory just because he came alone. Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. Suddenly, David was pleasantly surprised to see a figure trotting out of the office building. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was a staff member sent by the Aristocratic Affairs Office to pick up David from the Interstellar Federation. They had experienced danger together, and their relationship was very harmonious. David didn't expect to see the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs in the Aristocratic Affairs Office. It made him feel like he was reuniting with an old friend. Earl Arthur, long time no see. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs stepped forward and bowed with a smile. When they heard the name Earl Arthur, the front of the building went silent. The 4 butlers who were about to enter the building all stopped. Then, the 4 carriages issued an order to recall the butlers. The butlers quickly retreated to the side of the carriages, and the 4 carriages also retreated to the side, leaving the area in front of the building. In the main city of Bama, everyone, from the nobles to the butlers, had heard of Earl Arthur's name, or rather, his bad name. Although only the destruction of the Barry family had been confirmed, and the rest were just rumors. Afterward, Earl Arthur's actions all showed that he had the ability to do those things. In the main city of Bama, Earl Arthur's name was already used to scare the children of the noble families. The 4 nobles didn't know David before, and because they were in the carriage, they didn't see the heraldic emblem on the corner of David's clothes. When they found out that they were going to enter the Aristocratic Affairs Office before David did, they were scared. It was rumored that Earl Arthur had a vengeful personality. Therefore, the 4 nobles chose to back down. At the same time, they didn't dare to leave just like that. If they left, Earl Arthur would think that they were plotting something, and they would be in trouble. David was a little stunned by the situation in front of him. He didn't know that his name had such an effect. Perhaps the nobles on other planets wouldn't be so afraid of Earl Arthur, but in the main city of Bama, the nobles here heard the most rumors. This was because Earl Arthur lived here. If they accidentally bumped into Earl Arthur, they would naturally pay more attention. Earl Arthur, let's go in first. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs shook his head with a wry smile and said with an inviting gesture. David smiled back and entered the Aristocratic Affairs Office building with the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. After David entered the building, the 4 carriages didn't stay. They probably didn't want to deal with the killing god David, so the 4 carriages left along the way. Sitting in the luxurious living room, David had a variety of rare fruits and a cup of top-grade drink in front of him. It was obvious that the Bama Aristocratic Affairs Office valued him very much. They also used very high standards. Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, why are you here? David took a sip of the drink and asked curiously. There was no one else around, so he addressed the minister casually. When he saw the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, he was very curious. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was the Minister of the Aristocratic Affairs Office headquarters. Why would he appear in Bama? I was sent by the office to receive you. The office thinks that I have some relationship with you, so they sent me here. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs explained with a smile. The shrines handed over the rewards to the Aristocratic Affairs Office, and the Aristocratic Affairs Office attached great importance to it. David's growth was so fast that the Aristocratic Affairs Office was very surprised. Although the Aristocratic Affairs Office had been established for nearly 10,000 years, there weren't many people in history who had been promoted as quickly as David. There were less than 100 people. This was the data of the great world of God's 10,000 years of history. Among the 100 or so nobles, as long as they could survive, almost all of them became top nobles. Therefore, the Aristocratic Affairs Office specially sent the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs to give David a reward. This was also to show the Aristocratic Affairs Office's sincerity. Since you're here, come to my place. I'm currently living in Chinya Manor. The scenery there is good, and there are local delicacies. David said with a smile. That's a deal. I've heard of the heartwarming lotus seed soup for a long time. It's a pity that heartwarming lotus seed soup is only available to top nobles. I've never had the chance to try it. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a smile. After a simple chat, the old friendship between the two of them returned. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was one of the few friends that David had made since he came to the great world of gods. It was just that it was difficult for them to meet on normal days, but the friendship of life and death did not fade with time. Arthur, I didn't expect you to change so much, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said with a sigh. Of course, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs sighed. He and Priest Forbes had sent David to the great world of God together. At that time, although the Luce family was an ancient noble family, in fact, only their reputation was left. In fact, there was no difference between them and ordinary low-level nobles. But in less than a year, David had changed so much that the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was shocked. Every time he heard about what had happened to David in the Aristocratic Affairs Office, he felt like he was reading a legend. From the moment he found out about David's top-notch talent as a knight, he and Priest Forbes knew that David would definitely grow up in the great world of God, but they did not expect the process to be so fast. I was also forced. Others forced me to become stronger. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here. David also recalled the past and said helplessly, who didn't want to live a comfortable life? But after coming to the great world of God, the struggle between the nobles forced David to fight. He had followed along all the way and reached his current achievements. You have to be careful, too, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said. He looked at the door of the reception room and said softly, it said that some nobles want to suppress you. The speed of your growth has made some nobles worried. The Aristocratic Affairs Office was a place where all the nobles gathered. Almost all the staff were of noble birth. As long as there was any news about someone suppressing David, the Aristocratic Affairs Office would be the first to receive the news. Why would they target me? I'm afraid my assets are not even a fraction of the assets of a normal earl, David said as he shook his head. In fact, apart from the wealth that David had robbed, the Luce family only had a few fixed assets. An ancient castle, 10 plantations, a winery, a villa in the main city of Bamistar, a few shops, Chinya Manor, and a mining area in Boyostar. It could be said that among all the earls, there were not many who had as few fixed assets as David, so he was a little puzzled by someone suppressing him. This time, the Aristocratic Affairs Office has awarded you the title of Duke, and your territory is the entire Gamistar. Although only the first continent of Gamistar has some scale, the second continent is very small, and the other 4 continents are all deserts. But in any case, this is a complete planet. With the title of Duke and a complete planet as your territory, once your strength reaches level 5 Temple Knight, or if a level 5 Temple Knight appears in your family, you will be qualified to compete for the top nobles. You have a very good relationship with the main family. Bishop Bolin of the Earth Shrines will support you in the main family. You have a good relationship with Bishop McKinley of the War Shrines, and you have made friends with dozens of level 5 knights on Lone Star. Your advantages are so great that the families qualified to compete for the top nobles have to pay attention to you, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said. Chapter 769. David had no qualms about this so-called suppression. In any case, he had the mentality of not offending others as long as they did not offend him. Now that his strength had increased, it was good that a noble jumped out. He could deal with them casually and provide some soul energy. Out of the 4 temple knights of the 5th rank, 3 of them were waiting for soul energy so that their souls could recover after being separated. He only hoped that the noble suppressing him would be a little stronger. Otherwise, the soul energy might not be enough. This is proof of your identity as a duke. You should be called Duke Arthur from now on. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs took out a piece of parchment he had prepared and handed it to David with a smile. It was a familiar parchment with the seal of the Aristocratic Affairs Office on it. It also had the energy fluctuations unique to alchemy items, indicating that the document was not ordinary. Of course, the document was only used for convenience. David's title would be announced to every noble in the great world of God through the Aristocratic Affairs Office in a few days. At the same time, all the departments would update their knowledge of the coat of arms. It would only take a while for the entire great world of God to know of David's new title. The title of Duke should be more convenient, right? David took a look at the Duke's identity document and put it into his space item. There were some privileges when he was promoted to Count, but the promotion was too short. David did not have time to enjoy these privileges before he was promoted to Duke. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs thought for a while before replying. Every year, there are 5 places to go to Warstar. The top-grade kryptonite, strengthened meat, and other materials produced by Warstar have the same right to purchase as a duke. The number of knights under you will be increased to 20. In addition, the Aristocratic Affairs Office will regularly provide you with a list of special items that only dukes can purchase. Every year, there were 5 places to go to Warstar. This was to nurture a large number of talents for the duke's family. After all, going to Warstar was the fastest way for a knight to improve. Not only could one have life and death experiences on Warstar, but one could also interact with other top knights of the same age and forge deep friendships. It was a pity that David had no other knight in his family who could train at Warstar. Originally, Andrew the Knight could do it. However, Andrew the Knight was forced to use potions to increase his strength. Without his potential, it would be dangerous for him to go. David had heard of the top-grade krypton crystals, strengthened meat, and materials produced by Warstar before. Most of these resources were split between the upper nobles, and the lower nobles had no chance to obtain what was left. He had not expected that the title of Duke would have a certain quota, which was rather surprising. In fact, this was also a method used by the top nobles to appease the other nobles, giving them hope. As long as they worked hard to raise their ranks, they would be able to obtain more resources and increase their family strength. In the past, top-grade krypton crystal ores, fortified meat, and grade materials would not enter David's eyes, but it was different now. He was no longer alone. After having 4 5th-level knights, he needed a large amount of top-grade krypton crystal ores for his 5th-level temple knights to cultivate. The other 15 4th-level sky knights also required resources. Although they consumed less top-grade krypton crystal ores, it was still an expense. For a short period of time, David could rely on the spoils of war he had stolen to maintain the cultivation of all his knight, but this would not solve the fundamental problem. Planet Boyo's Black Rock Mining District was his backup plan to solve the problem of top-grade krypton crystal ores. With the existence of the incubating crystal ores, he could harvest a large amount of top-grade krypton crystal ores and even obtain perfect-grade krypton crystal ores. It would take time for the incubating crystal ores to accelerate the growth of the krypton crystal ores. The Black Rock Mining District was not large, and its output could not satisfy the needs of so many knights. David had considered this problem before, but he did not expect that the title of Duke would solve this problem. The number of knights was increased to 20. Knights here were not knights, but aristocratic knights. As long as one was certified as an aristocratic knight, they would be able to enjoy some of the privileges of the aristocracy. For example, free transportation through the portal, no need to pay taxes, and so on. These were all manifestations of benefits. The most important thing was the identity. As long as one was an aristocratic knight, that knight would have one foot in the door of the aristocracy and become a quasi-aristocrat. As for the purchase list, David thought that it should be some items that could not be found in the market. He did not think too much about these items. I didn't expect the title of Duke to have so many benefits, David said with a smile. There is news from the shrines. Because of your outstanding contribution in the Divine War, the shrines will give you the planetary portal built for Gammy. This will save you 10 great merits. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs continued. Speaking of this, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was a little envious of David. Although the planetary portal was a standard feature of every planet, it was not free. Because the technology and materials of planetary portals were almost monopolized by the shrines, if one wanted to build a planetary portal, they would have to find shrines to build it. Planets like Gammy that were discovered to be uninhabitable by humans, after the transformation process by the shrines, would build planetary portals. The planetary portal required all the aristocrats with properties on the planet to pay together. Of course, this fee was paid by merit points. The shrines did not care about divine gold coins. Generally speaking, many aristocratic families on planets would have some tasks forcibly assigned to the aristocrats. This was to pay the interest of the planetary portal. David's loose family was an ancient family with thousands of years of history, so they had a certain amount of immunity. No one mentioned this to him. However, if he owned a planet alone, then the cost of the planetary portal would be unavoidable. It should be known that although the aristocrats on many planets had to complete a certain number of merit points every year, these were only the interest. Only the top aristocrats on the planet could pay the huge amount of merit points. The shrines naturally did not have to worry about anyone not paying the planetary portal fee. No planet dared to pay the interest late. Therefore, other than the shrines of wealth, the other shrines had almost no business, but they never lacked wealth. How many merit points do I have? David was still unclear about his merit points, so he could not help but ask. Arthur, you should find a better butler. You don't even know your merit points. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs shook his head and said, I've checked your merit points for you. You still have 17 merit points. David did not explain anything for butler Jason. The Luce family had been in decline for many years. In addition, David had not told butler Jason about his merit points, so naturally, butler Jason would not know. It seems I should be able to exchange for a lot of things. David roughly knew the value of merit points and said with a smile, As a friend, I advise you not to use your merit points to exchange for items. Most items can be exchanged with ordinary merit points. Merit points are best used to exchange for territory or strategic resources. For example, strategic resources like planetary portals can only be exchanged with merit points. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs could not help but advise David when he saw that David was deliberately using up his merit points. Not to mention a rising aristocrat like David. Even the top aristocrats needed merit points. Merit points could only be obtained through very few missions. Even the top aristocrats could not easily obtain and complete such missions. Whether it was the degree of danger or the rarity, it was extremely difficult to obtain merit points. David could obtain merit points only because he was lucky enough to participate in the Divinity War. If it were not for the Divinity War mission, how could he obtain so many merit points at once? This was also the reason why the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs advised David. Only a true friend would say this. Understand? David nodded and said. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs put down the cup in his hand and said with a smile, I've said everything that needs to be said. Let's arrange a time to go to Planet Gammy to complete the planet transfer. Okay, I have time now. Let me arrange it, and I'll come and pick you up. David did not make an appointment. He wanted to see his own planet immediately. If he went to Planet Gammy by himself, it would not matter if he rode a horse alone. However, with the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, he could not just go alone. Even if the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs did not care, he still had to take into account the dignity of the Aristocratic Affairs Office. When David left the Planet Gammy Aristocratic Affairs Office, he found that it was extremely quiet in front of the door. Even the aristocrats who were waiting there in the morning were gone. He sighed in his heart about the leisure of the Aristocratic Affairs Office as he rode Little Blossom to the mansion. David did not know that the news of him appearing in the Aristocratic Affairs Office had already spread. There were no secrets in the aristocratic circle. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, no one would come to the Aristocratic Affairs Office to have contact with a notorious killer like him. When he returned to the entrance of Mansion 35, Jason, Albin, Knight Andrew, and Euphemia were all standing in front of the door. All the servants were standing in 2 rows on both sides of the door. "Jason, I'm just going home. There's no need for this kind of formation." David shook his head and said helplessly, "Master, this is necessary. You're going to the Aristocratic Affairs Office to be promoted. This is the glory of the Luce family. If the old master is still alive, he would be proud of you." Jason bowed as he spoke with tears in his eyes. The Luce family was truly prosperous. The Marquis title was one of the highest titles in the history of the Luce family. This success was enough to comfort all the ancestors of the Luce family. "Now I should call you Marquis Arthur," Euphemia said with a smile and a noble's bow. "Euphemia, there are times when you make mistakes too." David could not help but chuckle when he realized that they had all made a mistake about his promotion. It was no wonder that the stewards misunderstood. Titles were always promoted step by step, especially after reaching the high ranks. It was impossible to be promoted so many times at once. When Jason received the notice from the Aristocratic Affairs Office, he thought that David had been promoted to a marquis. Who would have thought that he had been promoted to a duke? I made a mistake." Euphemia's face was slightly red. She carefully thought about her etiquette. How could she make a mistake with this kind of etiquette? "Now that I have been promoted to a duke, all the nobles will be notified in a few days," David explained with a smile. The few members of the Luce family who were standing there could not help but open their eyes wide. Jason was a little old, and his body could not help but shake in excitement. Steward Albin on the side quickly supported Jason, and this also made the surprised crowd sober up. "Greetings to the Honorable Marquis Arthur." All the servants bowed and said in a timely manner, "Help Jason in to rest first. All of you go in," David said with a wave of his hand. Originally, David had planned to take Jason to Gammy Star to see the new territory of the Luce family, but looking at Jason's appearance, he knew that he was old. It was better to let Jason live out his remaining years in comfort. Jason had done too much for the family. This was also because Jason had taken the heartwarming lotus seed soup, so his body could still maintain a vigorous state at such an old age. But in the end, he was still too old, and being too excited was not a good thing. Jason quickly recovered, and his face was flushed. Not only him, but Steward Albin, Knight Andrew, and Euphemia were also extremely excited. The title of a duke could be said to be a great noble, second only to a feudal lord. Even on the entire Bamistar, there were only a few dukes. They didn't expect that not long after they came to Bamistar, their family would become one of the top noble families in Bamistar in the blink of an eye. Although the Luce family was still far from being a top noble, this glory was enough to greatly improve their status. David also didn't stay in the villa for long. He let out 5 level 4 Sky Knight and drove the alchemy carriage away, leaving behind the still excited crowd. Since he decided not to take Jason, he also didn't take the rest of the family members. He had some new ideas for the construction of Gammy Star. Knight Mark drove the carriage, and 4 level 4 Sky Knight stood on both sides of the alchemy carriage. When David returned to the Noble Affairs office this time, he finally had the luxury of a noble. "Arthur, are these people all Sky Knight?" The Minister of Noble Affairs saw the information of Knight Mark and Knight Garland from the Noble Affairs office, but he didn't see the information of the other 3 level 4 Sky Knight. He only saw Garland and 3 other knights protecting the alchemy carriage together, so he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You have good eyesight. They are indeed all Sky Knight." David didn't care and said, after seeing the divine battle, David's vision had long been a lot higher. In addition, he now had 4 level 5 Temple Knights, so he didn't care much about level 4 Sky Knight, so he didn't care about the question of the Minister of Noble Affairs. Chapter 770. Sitting in the alchemy carriage, the Minister of Noble Affairs looked out of the window from time to time. Being protected by 5 rank 4 Sky Knight, this kind of treatment could only be enjoyed by the top noble families. Most rank 4 Sky Knights were rebellious and would only submit to someone more powerful or a top noble. Although the Minister of Noble Affairs had some status in the Noble Affairs office, he was not qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment. A rank 4 Sky Knight had a very high status in the Noble Affairs office. Although his administrative position was not as high as the Minister of Noble Affairs, his status was higher than the Minister of Noble Affairs. 5 level 4 Sky Knights were outside, while he was sitting in the carriage, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. There's still a while before we reach the portal. Come and have a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup. David could see that the Minister of Noble Affairs was not used to it. So he smiled and took out a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup from his portal pendant and placed it in front of him. The portal pendant was frozen in time, so the heartwarming lotus seed soup was still steaming. A refreshing smell spread in the carriage. Since the Minister of Noble Affairs was just a normal person, David reduced the amount of heartwarming lotus seed soup. This was the limit of what the Minister of Noble Affairs could bear. Looks like I don't need to go to Chinyam Manor to enjoy it. The Minister of Noble Affairs was attracted by the fragrance. With David by his side, he forgot about the 5 rank 4 Sky Knight outside. The Minister of Noble Affairs was intoxicated by the heartwarming lotus seed soup that surpassed the Grandmaster level. It was not until the alchemy carriage arrived at the huge portal that the Minister of Noble Affairs woke up from his reminiscence. Arthur, this heartwarming lotus seed soup really lives up to its name. The Minister of Noble Affairs felt that his body was a few years younger. His whole body was very relaxed, and he could not help but praise. What he didn't know was that this bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup was cooked by David using water that had been specially added with undying life force. Therefore, all the diseases in his body had disappeared, and his entire body had been nourished to its peak state. As long as there were no accidents, the Minister of Noble Affairs would live to the theoretical age of the great world of God. "We're at the portal," David said as he pointed at the portal staff jogging over. "It seems that I have been rude." The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs rubbed his mouth and said embarrassedly. It had been a while since he left the Aristocratic Affairs office, and he only cared about tasting the food. "Honorable Duke Arthur, where would you like to be teleported to?" The staff at the teleportation portal seemed to have received the notice. He bowed and called out David's new title. "Teleport to Gammy Star." David replied with a smile. "Please wait a moment." The portal staff quickly operated the control card in his hand. 10 seconds later, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Duke Arthur. The portal of Gammy Star requires authentication before it can be used. This is the teleportation certification. Teleport immediately," the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said as he handed over an alchemy badge. "The teleportation has been activated for you. I wish you a safe journey." The portal staff took the alchemy badge and placed it on the control card. He then carefully handed the alchemy badge back. Nightmark took the teleportation fee for 3 people and gave it to the portal staff. He then drove the alchemy carriage forward and entered the portal. The alchemy carriage shook slightly. After a few seconds of teleportation, the alchemy carriage appeared in an area covered with rocks. Behind the alchemy carriage was a huge planet-level portal. David opened the carriage door and smelled the fresh air of Gammy Star. The energy here was very rich. The shadow attendant rose into the air and observed the surrounding environment from 1,000 meters away. The planet-level portal was located in a flat area that was slightly higher than the rest of the terrain. This was normal. When the shrines built the planet-level portal, they also considered the convenience of building a city in the future. They chose the most suitable area to build a city. About 10 kilometers to the east of the portal was the ocean, and 5 kilometers to the west was a river. In terms of geographical environment, this was indeed the best choice for a city. The surroundings seemed to have been cleaned up. There were only some weeds growing, some wild deer, rabbits, pheasants, and other animals that David was familiar with were in the weeds. Those animals are not native to this place. They were brought here by the shrines to test the living environment. Only if these animals can reproduce normally here will the transformation of the planet be considered qualified. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs explained to David with a smile. David nodded. He also understood that the transformation of a planet was not so easy. Even with the technology of the Interstellar Federation, they had to be careful when transforming a planet. Otherwise, an ecological disaster would occur on a planet with life. The environment of Gammy Star is very good. I like it very much, David said with a smile as he opened his arms and felt the natural atmosphere of Gammy Star. As long as you're satisfied. This is the control card of the planet-level portal. You can set it up as you wish. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs took out a teleportation control card from his bag and handed it to David. Can I set it to a closed state? David asked as he took the teleportation control card. This was his private territory. He would not open the planet to the public for at least a short period of time. He also did not want anyone to see what he was going to do next. No problem. This is your territory. You can do whatever you want. If you want to migrate in the future, you can set the laws of your territory. No one can affect your decision. However, when the population of Gammy Star exceeds 10 million, shrines must be built. This is the rule of the great world of God. No one can disobey it. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs replied, You mean as long as the population does not exceed 10 million, there is no need to build shrines? David's eyes lit up as he asked, Arthur, shrines are actually very useful. The shrines of wealth can drive the territory's commerce. The shrines of earth can promote the development of agriculture. The rest of the shrines have their own functions. They're also the main religion of the civilians. It is also beneficial for you to rule the civilians. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs heard David's opposition to the construction of shrines and quickly said, When the population reaches 10 million, I will take the initiative to invite the shrines over. David promised with a smile. Okay, everything that needs to be handed over has been handed over. If there is anything in the future, you can contact me through the Aristocratic Affairs office anywhere. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said goodbye. David opened a portal for the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. After the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs disappeared into the portal, a relaxed smile appeared on David's face. No one could imagine what a planet that belonged to David meant to him. Whether it was in the Interstellar Federation or the great world of God, he felt that he was playing the role of Arthur. After transmigrating to the Interstellar Federation, he was playing the role of David in the Interstellar Federation. Although he had integrated with the identity of David, he was not the real David. In order to obtain greater strength, David came to the great world of God and played the role of Arthur. He needed to play the role of the corresponding person in front of everyone at all times. There was no place where he could truly relax. Now, he owned Gammy Star, his own planet, a planet without humans. David didn't have the slightest misgivings as he soared into the air. His fifth step of mental strength allowed him to fly like a fifth-step temple knight. However, a level 5 holy knight relied on the power of blood, while he relied on his powerful spirit. On other planets, David did not dare to expose his level 5 spirit and suppressed his urge to fly. He knew that a level 5 spirit that was not a shrine's would be destroyed by the shrines as a follower of an evil god. David laughed and performed high-speed flying movements in the air, sometimes rising and sometimes diving. His spirit entered the dimension pendant, and 96 black spears flew out and lined up neatly in the air. Without 4 soul avatars, he could only use 96 soul avatars to control the 96 black spears. David then controlled the black spears to fly in the air with the Grandmaster level lance riding technique. On Gammy Star, where there was no one else, he displayed his powerful combat power. He was not satisfied yet. A level 4 knight armor appeared on his body, and a level 4 heavy sword appeared in his hand. In the air, David displayed a knight's sword technique. The fierce roar in the air made his practice become like a natural storm. Cool. With a wave of his hand, David took back the 96 black spears, the armor on his body, and the heavy sword in his hand. He quickly descended from the air and appeared on the ground with extreme speed. This was the biggest advantage of having a private planet. He could do his own things without any scruples. He did not have to worry about being discovered by others or being investigated by the shrines. Therefore, David decided to develop Gamistar. During the period of his growth, he would not bring in any population. He would completely rely on himself to build the planet. With the Grandmaster-level research knowledge in his mind, coupled with the knowledge stored in the research equipment he brought, it would not be a problem to build an automated agricultural system on Gamistar. David did not even need to do this himself. He only needed to take out a server with an AI system and make some plans. He only needed to help build a few processing machines and AI robots, and he could leave the rest to the AI system. Anyway, when David came to the great world of God, the agreement he signed with the shrines and the aristocratic affairs office only stated that he would not spread the knowledge of the Interstellar Federation in the great world of God. It did not say that he could not use it himself. As long as Gamistar was David's, he did not need to use the knowledge of the Interstellar Federation to affect other non-family members. He could do whatever he wanted on Gamistar. But before that, David took out an experiment table from the space pendant and began to build a detection satellite. This detection satellite did not need to be in the air. It only needed to have some self-control ability. The rest was the detection satellite's ability to detect both external and internal objects. The external detection was the detection of space. Once an object from outside the planet approached, the AI system would know at any time and send out an alarm. The internal detection was the detection of Gamistar. In addition to safety detection, there was also the detection of the natural environment, topography, natural resource utilization, and so on. This allowed the AI system to make a clearer judgment and analysis of Gamistar. David operated on the experiment table. Now that his Grandmaster-level research ability had long surpassed the research ability shown on the status panel. He had 96 soul doppelgangers and 2 crystals, so the calculation and analysis ability of his brain could even be compared to a photon computer. If he needed, he only needed to summon the 4 level 5 knights. He could also borrow the souls of the 4 level 5 knights to help with the analysis because the 4 level 5 knights were also his doppelgangers. Although the experiment table consumed a lot of resources, David did not care about it. After killing the aristocrats several times in a row, his space pendant was filled with all kinds of materials. After the first detection satellite was built, the most troublesome process was over. After that, David only needed to replicate it through the experiment table and provide enough raw materials, and the experiment table could continuously produce the same detection satellite. David summoned the 4 level 5 knights. One by one, the detection satellites were brought up to the sky by the level 5 knights. They were placed at the most suitable altitude and flew around Gamistar in orbit. A total of 36 detection satellites surrounded the entire Gamistar, and at the same time formed a set of accurate positioning system. David opened the screen on the experiment table and saw the images from the detection satellites. Although he could also fly to the sky to observe the ground, it was not as convenient as the detection satellites to switch to any place on the ground at will. He saw the ocean. The ocean occupied 70% of Gamistar's area, and the rest was land. However, when he saw the 4 deserted continents, David couldn't help but shake his head. The 4 continents occupied more than half of the total land area. He couldn't let them go to waste. Governing the desert was not difficult for David, who had a lot of knowledge from the Interstellar Federation. Among the Grandmaster-level research knowledge he obtained, a lot of it was patented research results. However, David was in the great world of God. How could the Interstellar Federation's patents restrict him? He rummaged through his mind and found a few desert governance plans. The simplest one was to plant genetically modified plants. The Interstellar Federation's research on genes was extremely deep, and the genes of plants were even more thorough. David only needed to choose the plants on Gamistar today, and he could modify their genes to make the plants have the effect of locking water, fixing sand, and changing the quality of the soil. He chose the weeds that could be found everywhere. During the genetic modification, not only did he modify the weeds in terms of sand control, but he also used the weeds' own characteristics to make the weeds have the characteristics of top-quality pasture. This kind of technology might be possible in the great world of God, but it was either the priests of the shrines or the followers of the evil gods. They all consumed their own energy. David only used the experiment table to consume the energy of the krypton crystal to create a large number of modified weeds. Chapter 771. Planet Gami, recognized by the great world of God as a planet that only belonged to David. It was a private planet, not far from the giant portal. David was busy for a few hours, creating a large number of genetically modified weeds. Of course, this batch of weeds was still far from being able to plant all 4 desert continents. Even one desert continent was not enough. However, David did not need to treat all the deserts at once. He was prepared to open up an experimental area for genetically modified weeds. In the future, he would not need to expand the area by himself. 15 level 4 Sky Knight and 4 level 5 Knight of the temple rose into the air. David stretched out his energy wings and followed these knights to the 3rd continent. The 3rd continent was completely covered in yellow sand. It looked like a dead land from the sky, but he knew that there was a lot of water underground. It was just that the desert could not retain water, so there were no plants or animals on the surface. Planet Gami was rich in water resources. Even if it rained every year, it could still replenish the water supply of all the continents. When Planet Gami was discovered, there seemed to be some problems with the environment, causing 4 continents to become deserts. The shrines only transformed Planet Gami into a habitable planet for humans. They did not transform the deserts because the cost of transforming the deserts was too high. It was not worth the investment of the shrines. This was also the reason why David could get the 4 desert continents from the shrines at a very small price. If he wanted to use the desert continents with the technology of the great world of God, it would take at least a few generations of effort. During this period, the investment of manpower and material resources would be astronomical. However, David did not use the technology of the great world of God. He had the technology of the Interstellar Federation, so he had a better way to solve this problem. The Interstellar Federation may not be as strong as the great world of God in terms of individual strength, but because of this, in order to survive in the universe, the Interstellar Federation's technology level was extremely high. The top nobles who managed the great world of God did not have the time to care about scientific research. They spent most of their energy on obtaining more resources to improve their own knight's strength. The ordinary nobles who were the backbone of the great world of God also did their best to ensure the training of knights. The shrines rarely interfered with worldly affairs and fully served the gods. Ordinary civilians had no right to speak in society. They could barely maintain their lives, so how could they have the ability to research better technology? Perhaps in the eyes of the rulers of the great world of God, a powerful knight could destroy everything on a planet by himself. With this kind of strength, they lost interest in studying the world. What was the value of studying something that could be destroyed at will? Although the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation were allies, they were still wary of each other. The Interstellar Federation did not want the great world of God's faith to enter, and the great world of God was afraid that the Interstellar Federation's ideology of equality and freedom would affect the civilians. After 10,000 years of alliance, the contact between the two worlds was still maintained on Planet War. There was very little contact beyond that, and the flow of goods between the two sides was also mutually controlled. David was just an accident. He was a researcher of the Interstellar Federation with the ability to research, and he was also the successor of an ancient family of the great world of God. Originally, as long as this identity was controlled well, nothing would happen. However, The two worlds did not know that this identity of the Interstellar Federation's researcher was fake. David had replaced Arthur, which was why he appeared in the great world of God. David had used the Interstellar Federation's technology to apply to a planet. In the sky of the third continent, David used an instrument to connect to the detection satellite in the sky. The satellite marked the distribution of the underground water. He landed in an area where the underground water was more densely distributed and distributed the seeds in his hand to 15 Sky Knight and 4 Level 5 Temple Knight. Using a Level 4 Sky Knight and a Level 5 Temple Knight to sow seeds was probably very rare in the entire great world of God. However, their powerful abilities also made the sowing efficiency extremely high. The Level 4 Sky Knight continuously took out seeds from the portal ring and placed them in the sand according to the distance that David had instructed. Their movement speed and hand speed were extremely fast, but they were not the fastest. The Level 5 Temple Knight's sowing was even simpler. He scanned the portal ring with his mind, and then within the range of his mind, all the seeds were accurately placed in the sand according to the instructions. David did not participate in the sowing. He took out an alchemy table and began to draw a magic talisman. The ability of a Grandmaster Alchemist allowed him to preserve part of his abilities in the form of a magic talisman. He chose the ability of Ice Control. As long as the Ice Control pattern was drawn on a talisman made of special materials, it could allow others to use the Ice Control ability. Back in the Interstellar Federation, the Magic Talisman was the trump card of the Transcendent. In order to trade the Magic Talisman with the great world of God, the Transcendent paid a huge price. Now that David could casually make a Magic Talisman with just a few strokes, he couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of fate. Every time an Ice Control Talisman was made, David would transfer a strand of undying life force into it. When the 15 Level 4 Sky Knight and the 4 Level 5 Temple Knight finished planting, the genetically modified weed seeds were neatly planted under the sand in an area of 10 square kilometers. David handed the 40 Ice Control Talismans to the 4 Level 5 Knights. The 4 Level 5 Knights were his avatars. Under his control, the 4 Level 5 Temple Knights flew into the sky without needing any orders. After flying to a certain altitude, the 4 Level 5 Temple Knights kept moving at high speed and activated the Ice Control Talismans according to the area. It was estimated that no one in the great world of God had used this method to make rain. Only the ready-made divine spells could do the same thing, but they didn't know the reason behind it. This was a very simple artificial rain. The Kami Star did not lack water vapor. As long as the Ice Control Talisman was activated in the air, an ice fog would appear in the area, and the water vapor in the air would condense together. Since the Ice Control Talisman contained a strand of undying life force, this strand of undying life force would be integrated into the ice fog and condense into the rain. The area of 10 square kilometers was covered by dark clouds in an instant, and the rain began to fall. This rain came and went quickly. In the end, it was a desert, and it was not the rainy season. The water vapor in the air was limited, and the rain only lasted for a few minutes. However, the desert in this area was completely watered by the rain. With the undying life force, the genetically modified weed seeds took root and sprouted at an extremely fast speed. The underground roots completely locked the sand in a certain area and continued to extend downwards until they reached the underground water source. The leaves of the weed also grew crazily. In the desert of the third continent, a strange square-shaped green area appeared. If the shrines knew that David had used up so much undying life force to speed up the growth of the plants, they would definitely scold him for being so wasteful. However, for David, the undying life force came too easily. He only needed to absorb some energy to replenish it. David stood on the grass and felt the life force under his feet. He was very satisfied with the management of the desert this time. The sand management knowledge of the Galactic Alliance was different from what he felt now. This sense of accomplishment made him very satisfied. This 10-kilometer grassland was just a starting point. It would not be long before there would be no more deserts on Gammy. However, David did not plan to continue. The next thing he needed to do was to find a place to set up the AI system server and build some robots for it. After returning to the first continent, David found a stone mountain and activated his underground sneak ability. He entered the mountain and opened up a secret room in the middle. On the secret wall, he drew the ancient isolation pattern that he had recently mastered. The ancient isolation pattern was the pattern on the wall of the Loam safe house. This pattern was very effective because it could not be seen under the eyes of the god of plague, Gladstone. If David did not have the alchemy pattern mirror, this ancient pattern could not be imitated just by looking at it. After drawing the ancient isolation pattern, he placed the AI system server in the secret room. The AI system automatically connected to the 36 detection satellites in the sky. The AI system server used the 36 detection satellites to spread its signal to every corner of Gammy. The AI system server was hidden in a very safe place. Unless someone accidentally destroyed the mountain, it would be impossible to discover the existence of the secret room. David used underground sneak to leave the mountain and return to the lab table. He pulled out the blueprints of the industrial robots on the table. According to the blueprints, he took out the corresponding raw materials from the Dimension Pendant. The Interstellar Federation's most advanced lab table began to work. David did not wait for the whole process. He found a flat area near the planet-level portal and began to set up a super-large spirit gathering circle. This was the most direct idea he had after obtaining Gammy. He and the 4-level 5 Knight of the Temple would rely on this super-large spirit gathering circle for their training. This time, David was going to build a spirit gathering circle composed of 6,000 array bases. He had the ability to make array bases, and he also had enough materials. Now that he had Gammy, he had a satisfactory environment. In David's Grandmaster Alchemist knowledge, a spirit gathering circle composed of 6,000 array bases was very demanding. To build such a spirit gathering circle, an area of nearly 100 square kilometers would be needed to set up the circle. In addition, building such a huge spirit gathering circle would make it impossible for the rest of the planet to be used for training. If they wanted to train, they would have to use the energy inside the Krypton crystal, and the energy in the air would be drawn away from time to time. If a spirit gathering circle composed of 6,000 array bases was placed on a normal planet, it would basically cut off the training path of a low-level knight. This was because a low-level knight's training was mainly to absorb the energy in the air to increase the power of their blood. Even an elite knight would not be able to guarantee the efficiency of their training because the energy in the air was too unstable. Therefore, a spirit gathering circle composed of 6,000 array bases could not be built on a normal planet. If they did, they would become the public enemy of all the nobles on the planet. Even the top nobles would not do this. A spirit gathering circle composed of 6,000 array bases could only be built on a private planet. It could concentrate the energy of the entire planet and provide the best training environment for a knight. David took out 100 feather pens from his Dimension Pendant. The 4-level 5 Knight of the Temple sat next to him, each holding a feather pen. The other 96 feather pens were controlled by his 96 avatars of the soul. The blank array bases were spoils of war from the Berry family. They were a part of the Berry family's business. There were more than 10,000 of them stored in the family's warehouse. There was also enough alchemy ink, so David did not need to make any more. This saved him a lot of work. David sat on the ground calmly. His mind was completely focused. The 2 crystals in his soul began to emit a faint glow. Under the shine of the light, the 96 level 5 soul origin began to emit a golden light. He divided his mind into 100 avatars, and at the same time, he controlled the 100 avatars of the soul to draw complex spirit gathering patterns on the blank array bases. The scene would make any alchemist doubt their life if they saw it. The number of Grandmaster alchemists in the entire great world of God was not more than 10. 5 of them had died in the War of Gods, so there should not be more than 10 of them left. But here on planet Gammy, There were 100 feather pens, and all of them were beyond the level of a Grandmaster Alchemist. In other words, David alone was 10 times more powerful than all of the Grandmaster Alchemists in the great world of God put together. This was hard to imagine. Of course, David had the crystals left behind by the gods in his soul dimension. Even the 100 level 5 soul origin came from the gods. As long as the gods were involved, then everything that did not make sense became reasonable. With 6,000 formation bases and 100 avatars of the soul drawing, it would take 60 attempts to complete. It took 3 days for the formation base to be completed. During this time, David used the lab bench to make 10 industrial robots. Industrial robots were the foundation of everything. He gave these 10 industrial robots to the AI system and left behind some materials and Krypton. The AI system would use these 10 industrial robots to build Planet Gamma, or even the first robot factory in the great world of God. Using the lab bench to make robots would consume too much energy and it would be too slow. It was not a long-term plan. David was also not in a hurry to build Planet Gamma in a short time, so he did not need to use a large amount of Krypton and precious materials to complete this complicated work. In the Interstellar Federation, as long as there was an industrial robot and the AI system with the corresponding knowledge, they could build anything they wanted. David planned to do this. He gave the 10 industrial robots to the AI system. The AI system stored a large amount of research results he obtained from the director of the Interstellar Federation Research Institute. This knowledge could guarantee the construction of Planet Gamma. Chapter 772. A few days later, a 100 square kilometer large spirit gathering circle was completed. Just the top-grade kryptonite alone used 6,000 pieces, and 6,000 pieces would be consumed every 10 days. In addition, there was a perfect grade kryptonite as the core of the super-large spirit gathering circle. Of course, the perfect grade kryptonite didn't need to be replaced frequently. It only needed to be replaced with one with enough energy every 10 years. The replaced perfect grade kryptonite could be put back into the kryptonite mine to slowly recover its energy. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, no one would dare to set up a large spirit gathering circle. Perfect grade kryptonite was precious and rare, and it wasn't something that could be bought with money. Even if David was rich, he couldn't help but sigh at the consumption of a large spirit gathering circle. No wonder only the top nobles dared to build one. It wasn't just a matter of the environment. Without the corresponding wealth, the consumption of top-grade kryptonite alone was enough to bankrupt an ordinary noble. David had a lot of top-grade kryptonite in his hands, but he wouldn't be able to continue for another 5 months at most. However, 5 months was enough for David to increase his strength by a large margin. He didn't care about the problem of top-grade kryptonite. After 5 months, the kryptonite mine in the Black Rock Mining District would be able to provide him with a steady supply of top-grade kryptonite. In addition to the top-grade kryptonite that the title of Duke could exchange for, it should be enough for him. David looked at the large-scale spirit gathering array. He planned to build a castle here, and the castle's cultivation room would be at the center of the large-scale spirit gathering array. This way, he would be able to enjoy the effects of the large-scale spirit gathering array. Of course, he didn't have such conditions right now. David and the 4-rank 5 knight sat in the center of the spirit gathering circle and activated it. In an area of 100 square kilometers, pillars of light rose from the foundation of the circle. 6,000 pillars of light surrounded David and the 4-rank 5 knight. Then, a beam of light began to connect from one light pillar to another, and from this light pillar to the next. From the sky, it looked like someone was drawing a pattern in an area of 100 square kilometers. When all 6,000 light pillars were connected by light beams, they formed a huge pattern. The energy of the entire Giammi planet was attracted and gathered towards the super-large spirit gathering array. It wasn't just the energy of the Gamma star, but also the energy of the 6,000 top-grade krypton crystals. They were all gathered at the center of the super-large spirit gathering formation. The center of the formation was so rich that it even formed an energy fog. One had to know that energy was invisible. The fact that the energy could be turned into mist showed how dense the energy was. Of course, the one who felt it the most was David. The energy feather wings on his back spread open. Even with his energy absorption rate, that was many times higher than the knight's, such a huge amount of energy could not be reduced by much. Only the 4 temple knights of the 5th rank were still surrounded by fog, which continuously entered their bodies. According to David's judgment, the energy gathered this time was enough for him and the 4 temple knight of the 5th rank to cultivate, with some left over. At the end of the cultivation, there was still more than half of the energy fog left. David was a little worried that absorbing the energy of the Gammy Star at this level would have a bad effect on the Gammy Star. He rose into the air, and the wings on his back provided him with a faster speed. After flying for a while, he left the super-large spirit gathering formation and felt the changes in the energy in the air. His strong spirit allowed him to perceive the subtle energy changes in the air. With him as the center, the range of his perception was within 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, the energy in the sky was slowly recovering and spreading to the ground. David calculated the time it would take for the Gammy Star to recover its energy. At this rate, it would take about 20 hours to recover the energy on the surface of the Gammy Star. The small spirit gathering formation that David had set up earlier was used to absorb the nearby energy and replenish the energy in this area with the energy from further away. Now, the super-large spirit gathering formation absorbed the energy of the entire Gammy Star and then gathered the energy from the outer space of the Gammy Star to replenish the Gammy Star. And the Gammy Star happened to be in a region of space where the energy was rich. The energy that David consumed was really a drop in the ocean compared to the energy in space. David was not in a hurry to cultivate again. He replanned the cultivation time and divided it into 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. This way, he could make the most of the energy in the super-large spirit gathering formation and not waste it, but also maximize the cultivation effect. He also checked the state of the 4 5th ranked Temple Knights' Mind Sea space. Seeing that there was almost no increase in bloodline power, he knew that the 4 5th ranked Temple Knights would not be able to recover their previous fighting strength for at least a year. David was in seclusion on the Gammy Star. Except for the communication formation, he was completely isolated from the outside world. While David was cultivating, 10 industrial robots used the resources that David had left behind to build a robot factory. With a complete design and construction blueprint, the 10 industrial robots started from basic tools under the command of the AI system. Step by step, they built industrial lathes which could be used for precise processing. The first batch of 100 exploration robots was built. These exploration robots were very simple, and even their flying ability was the most basic. The AI system analyzed the data of the 36 detection satellites in space and analyzed the areas where there was a high probability of mineral deposits. Of course, because the priority was to develop in the first mainland, the first thing that was analyzed was the mineral distribution of the first mainland. Following the AI system's command, the 100 exploration robots flew out to 100 targets. Very quickly, the mining robots returned the information of the minerals to the AI system. It was difficult to estimate the amount of minerals on this undeveloped planet. Just the mining areas that were exposed on the surface of the planet were enough for the first continent to develop. On the AI system's map of the first mainland, light spots were marked and each mining area was recorded. The second batch of robots from the robot factory was also produced. This was a batch of mining robots. The industrial lathes also produced mining and smelting machines. All kinds of metal minerals were mined by the mining robots and smelted into basic materials by the smelting machines. From this moment on, other than kryptonite, David did not need to put in any other materials. As more and more mining areas were discovered on the first mainland of the Gammy Star, the second and third robot factories were developed. With a large amount of basic materials, the robot factory went into full production. A large number of construction robots were produced and began to process huge stones. They were ready to build the first building on the Gammy star, which was David's private castle. The castle's plan had been input into the AI system by David. He had referred to many castles that he had seen in the great world of God and redesigned it according to his preferences. However, the construction work was stopped before it started. This was because David had received a message from the AI system. The exploration robots had found a brilliant gold ore mine in the deep sea trench next to the first mainland. The brilliant gold ore was a high-level alchemy material. It was strong and its surface was light gold. David was surprised by the estimated reserves given by the AI system. The reserves were as high as 1,000,000 tons. If they were mined and put on the market, it would be enough to suppress the price of the brilliant gold or in the great world of God to the level of a low-level alchemy material. At this time, David understood why he had seen the main family use the alchemy material celestial bluestone to build a castle on Maine. If the main family had the brilliant gold or reserves of the Gammy star, they would not consume a part of it. Instead, they would put it on the market. That would only make the celestial bluestone a low-price material. At the same time, he also truly understood where the wealth of the top nobles came from. They had their own private planet, and all the minerals on the surface were the nobles' own. The wealth they could generate was unimaginable. If they were lucky, such as the brilliant gold or mine that appeared on the Gammy star, the benefits would be limitless. Of course, this was David. If other nobles had obtained the Gammy star, who knew how long it would take for them to discover the brilliant gold or mine hidden in the trench? It must be known that if the AI system had not analyzed the data of the 36 satellites and found that there was a high possibility that there were minerals in the trench, as well as the exploration robots that could enter the deep trench to explore, how could they have discovered the brilliant gold or mine in such a short time? Moreover, with the technology of the great world of God, if they wanted to enter the depths of the trench, they would have to find a grandmaster alchemist to design a deep-sea alchemy ship specifically for this job. Even if they reached the brilliant gold or mine at the bottom of the trench, they would still need someone to do the mining. To be able to move freely in the depths of the sea, one would need at least the strength of a rank 4 Sky Knight. Who could make a rank 4 Sky Knight mine? Only the technology of the Interstellar Federation had a natural advantage in this aspect. As long as the mining robots were slightly strengthened, they would be able to continuously mine the brilliant gold or from the deep trench day and night. When David saw the first batch of brilliant gold or that was mined, he immediately decided to use the brilliant gold or as the main material to build his own castle. The originally processed rock would be used as a backup material for the infrastructure. In any case, the AI system would not have any objections, and the construction robots will be even more willing to work without complaint. In order to speed up the mining process, David sent out 15 rank 4 Sky Knight to help transport the brilliant gold or using their spatial rings. This was probably the most luxurious mining team. There were more and more brilliant gold ore, and under the precise calculation of the AI system, the mining process was coordinated with the design, so the brilliant gold or mined was not wasted at all. When the brilliant gold or was completely prepared and processed by the construction robots, David and the 4 rank 5 Temple Knight finished their training in the morning, and the construction robots began their construction work. In terms of construction, the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God were not on the same level. Many of the Interstellar Federation's ordinary buildings were unimaginable in the Great World of God. Of course, the alchemy technology used in the Great World of God's construction also beat the Interstellar Federation's in many aspects. The two worlds each had their advantages and disadvantages, but David used them together. The construction started in the morning. The construction robots dug the ground, built the foundation, and then used the brilliant gold or to build the castle. With the perfect cooperation of hundreds of construction robots, the main body of the castle was completed in only 5 hours. This speed was still conceivable in the Interstellar Federation because the materials in the early stages were already processed and the construction process was just the stacking. The brilliant gold or was precisely processed to the level of microns. Even the best construction in the Great World of God could not do this. So the walls of the castle looked like they were made of a complete piece of brilliant gold Oregon. The seemingly complete brilliant gold or walls only looked complete. At most, it was only because of the high level of construction technology. However, after David saw it, he activated the underground sneak ability. The underground sneak ability allowed him to control rocks and soil. In David's hands, this ability had become an unimaginable construction weapon. He released his mind, and the range of 1,000 meters allowed him to completely wrap the castle in his mind. The underground sneak ability was activated, and the micron-level gaps disappeared. The brilliant gold was like a natural whole, perfectly fused together. No matter from which angle, the whole castle was carved out of a single piece of brilliant gold Oregon. David then realized that if he used the underground sneak ability well, it would be too easy for him to get divine gold coins. One must know that the difference between a small gemstone and a large gemstone could be hundreds or thousands of times. However, David could fuse many small gemstones into a large gemstone just by activating his underground stealth ability. He smiled and shook his head. Probably only a duke like him with a very shallow foundation would have this kind of idea. Not to mention the top nobles. Even the high-ranking nobles rarely lacked divine gold coins. The monopoly of resources made the great nobles' wealth increase every day. At least David did not have to worry about divine gold coins in the future. He could sell a portion of the brilliant gold every once in a while. As long as he controlled the number of brilliant gold and did not let the market fluctuate, he would be able to get a steady stream of divine gold coins. This was just the exploration of Gammy's star. As more and more minerals were discovered in the future, his wealth would naturally continue to increase. After fusing the brilliant gold used in the castle into a whole, David once again divided 100 consciousnesses. The 4-level 5-temple knight and the 96 soul doppelgangers worked together to draw all kinds of patterns in the castle with the ability of a Grandmaster Alchemist. Just imagine 100 Grandmaster Alchemists working at the same time. No one in the great world of God could do this. Even the shrines could not do this without the help of the gods. David stood in the castle. There were alchemy tools flying around in every space of the castle. Some were using quill pens to draw, and some were using alchemy carving knives to carve. Because this was where he wanted to live, he used alchemy materials almost without caring about the cost. Chapter 773. For the next 5 days, David spent the rest of his time drawing the pattern of the castle other than his daily morning and evening training. Finally, he finished drawing the pattern of the castle on the 5th day. This was the result of 100 Grandmaster Alchemists working at the same time. If it was a normal alchemist or a master alchemist, this work would probably drag on for a few years. Not to mention the waste of materials. Even a master alchemist would fail during the drawing process. Every time they failed, they would lose the alchemy materials they used. If it was serious, they would even have to change the building materials. Some noble castles were perfected little by little through the efforts of generations. It was rare to see someone like David who directly reached the peak of perfection in one step. Of course, this shining goldstone castle was still an empty shell. The most important thing about a noble's castle was the furnishings inside. The long history and the countless generations of decorations were the foundation of a noble's heritage. David already had a plan for decorations, so he took out a bunch of decorations from his portal pendant. There were transparent carved crystals, which were used for windows to replace normal glass. There were curtains embroidered with legends, and the thread used was made of rare and precious materials. There were tiles on the wall that were added with special materials when they were fired. There were all kinds of furniture, and the wood was extremely expensive, and the craftsmanship was all for masters. There were antiques that had been passed down for thousands of years, and there were ornaments and sculptures that were worth millions of gold coins. Most of these were plundered by David from the Barry family castle, and some of them were spoils of war from other places. Although the Barry family was not an extremely powerful family, they relied on the main family to do the knight equipment business. They had been passed down for thousands of years, and they were extremely rich. David almost emptied the castle of the Barry family. He even peeled off a layer of the walls and took away the floor tiles. The only thing left in the entire Barry castle was the rock structure. Now, these gains finally came in handy, and they were all placed in his own castle. The AI system produced 10 housekeeping robots for the castle through the robot factory. Such a large castle only needed 10 housekeeping robots. The efficiency of housekeeping robots was much higher than human servants. David stayed on planet Gammy for a month. During this time, he used his spare time to draw the ancient isolation pattern on the surface of all the robots. This way, even if people from the great world of God saw the robots, they would only think that they were mechanical puppets. This morning, in the light gold cultivation room, the walls were densely covered with all kinds of patterns, making the originally incomparably sturdy, brilliant gold stone cultivation room even more solid. The white energy wings on David's back spread open. Unlike the previous month, the energy mist around him was surging into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. His mind was completely in a state of cultivation, but from the slight smile on his face, it could be seen that he was in a very good mood. In David's sea of consciousness, the bloodline power whirlpool was in a subtle process. In the middle of the sea of consciousness, a ball of liquid bloodline power was being squeezed by the bloodline power that was gathering from all around. The surging energy from the outside world entered David's body, and the bloodline power in his spine was constantly being generated. This bloodline power flowed throughout his body, combining with the energy and gathering into the sea of consciousness. In the past, when the bloodline power entered the sea of consciousness, there would be more condensed bloodline power flowing out of the sea of consciousness and then circulating in the body. This was a cycle, but today was a little special. Only the bloodline power that was combined with the energy entered the sea of consciousness, and there was no condensed bloodline power flowing out of the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness could only enter and not exit. This abnormal state made David happy. After these days of cultivation, his sea of consciousness had finally reached the edge of leveling up. Originally, David thought that leveling up required an opportunity. According to the books he read about cultivation experiences, level 3 Earth Knight leveling up to level 4 Sky Knight wasn't that simple. Even if the sea of consciousness reached its limit, it still required an indescribable state to meet the requirements for leveling up. This indescribable state couldn't be obtained on one's own initiative and could only be obtained through continuous cultivation day after day. Some Earth Knights would go through several months. Some Earth Knights would go through several years. And some unlucky Earth Knights will be stuck at this stage for their entire lives. But David had just reached the limit of his sea of consciousness, and without the slightest delay, and without the need for that state mentioned in the books, he started the leveling up process. He didn't even have the time to take the supplementary medicine, and the leveling up was already in progress. David's body was extremely special. His spirit had reached level 5, and in this aspect, he far surpassed a level 5 Temple Knight. His body was even more so because of the divine crystal of the bald, burly man, so his constitution wasn't much different from a level 5 Temple Knight. Not to mention the battle angel bone in his body, which could provide him with an unending stream of bloodline power and repair the almost undetectable injuries in his body, allowing his body to reach the ideal state of perfection. With all these added together, and the assistance of the white energy feather wings and the super large-scale spirit gathering formation, he could level up without any bottlenecks. The whirlpool in his sea of consciousness was accelerating, and the liquid at the center was transforming into a solid state due to the powerful compression. A cracking sound was heard in the sea of consciousness, and this was the result of the friction between the two small pieces of solid bloodline power in the center. At this point, David was only a bit away from level 4 Sky Knight. As long as he increased the strength of the solid bloodline power, he would be able to level up to level 4 Sky Knight. The two small pieces of solid bloodline power were compressed by an external force and merged into one. Afterwards, another small piece of solid bloodline power was added, causing a small piece of crystal-like solid to appear in the center of his sea of consciousness. When this small piece of solid bloodline power appeared, the sea of consciousness shook, and the liquid bloodline power around the solid bloodline power solidified a bit. Although it wasn't completely solid, it was still strengthened by a lot. The outward flow of the sea of consciousness was also restored, and the strengthened bloodline power flowed into his body, wanting to strengthen his body. However, this kind of strengthening effect was extremely weak. However, David felt that his body was light as a feather. Although the strengthening effect of the bloodline power was weak, it gave his body the characteristics of a level 4 Sky Knight. He retracted the energy feather wings on his back, and his body was still floating off the ground. David's aura changed. He had 15 level 4 Sky Knight subordinates, so he was very familiar with the aura of a level 4 Sky Knight. However, when this aura appeared on his own body, it still made him very excited. He became a level 4 Sky Knight so easily, and it didn't take him as many years as he had previously estimated. However, in order to speed up this progress, he had also consumed a lot. 6,000 array bases, a super large spirit gathering array that covered an area of nearly 100 square kilometers, a perfect grade krypton crystal, and 6,000 top grade krypton crystals every 10 days. This price was not small. However, it was all worth it. David had successfully become a level 4 Sky Knight, and he had become a powerful knight in the great world of God. David flashed out of the castle. He didn't use his mind, nor did he extend his energy feather wings. He just rose into the sky. A level 4 Sky Knight could use their body to fly. Although this kind of flying speed was not fast, it still ensured the safety of a level 4 Sky Knight in the sky. It was also because of this that a level 4 Sky Knight could sign a life-sharing contract with a flying mount and use it to fly in the sky. If one didn't have the ability to fly, it would be very dangerous to sit on a flying mount. If the enemy attacked the flying mount and the flying mount was injured, what awaited the knight would be falling from a high altitude. No matter how strong a knight's body was, falling from a high altitude to the ground would at least cause serious injuries, and there was even a high chance of death. Only a level 4 Sky Knight could sign a life-sharing contract with a flying mount. This was a rule that the great world of God's Knight system had set after countless bloody lessons. David felt this kind of flying. To be honest, although the bloodline power in his body had reached the level of a level 4 Sky Knight, in terms of quality, it was still at the lowest level, which made his flying speed extremely slow. He was used to flying at high speeds, so he wasn't satisfied with this kind of flying. However, only after becoming a level 5 Knight could the bloodline power in his body support a knight to fly at high speeds. He could only endure it for now. Fortunately, he had a lot of flying abilities. He didn't fly for long in the sky before landing on the ground. Feeling the power in his body, he thought that he needed to buy a flying mount for himself. It wasn't to fly faster, but to make himself look more like a level 4 Sky Knight. He didn't want to stand out among the knight in the great world of God. Before leaving Gammy, David checked the progress of the planet's transformation. Currently, the exploration was only carried out on the first continent. Not all of the minerals had been mined. Only a mineral distribution map had been established, and appropriate mining was carried out according to the current needs. The main work of the AI system was still on the desertification control of the third continent. The 10 square kilometer grassland had now spread out to half of the third continent's area. The green area was not only grassland but also trees. Because of the genetic modification of the weed's waterlocking effect, the trees could also grow normally. More than 1,000 agricultural robots were undergoing transformation on the third continent. David also left a lot of water that was infused with undying life force. This water allowed the plants on the third continent to grow faster. Only this kind of extravagant method could transform the desert at such a speed. It should be known that even in the Interstellar Federation, transforming a desert would take a lot of time, and that was under the condition that all kinds of resources were available. It was not like Gammy, which only had a research lab at the beginning. Of course, a lot of David's operations on Gammy were illegal in the Interstellar Federation. Many companies in the Interstellar Federation would claim bankruptcy because a lot of the technology he used required the authorization of a professional to use. Because those laws were only valid in the Interstellar Federation, David didn't need to consider the issue of the law. David came to the planet-level portal and put the 4 level 5 temple knights and 10 level 4 sky knights into the summoning ring of a shadow attendant. Only 5 level 4 sky knights were left to protect the alchemy carriage. The planet-level portal was set by David so that no one other than himself could use it. The only way to get to Gammy was to approach from space. However, there were 36 detection satellites. Any object that approached from space will be detected by the detection satellites and reported to the AI system. There was a communication circle in the AI system that could alert David at any time. David wasn't worried about the safety of Gammy. Without his permission, anyone who wanted to enter Gammy was a provocation to the aristocratic system. He could completely eliminate them. In the options of the planet-level portal, he chose Bama Star. He was more familiar with Bama City, so it was more convenient for him to buy a flying mount. After entering the planet-level portal, the alchemy carriage reappeared in the familiar Bama City portal. David didn't return to the mansion for a while. He first went to mansion number 35. He had told Jason not to contact him if there was nothing important. Now that he had achieved his goal of seclusion, he needed to familiarize himself with his new realm. It would be a while before he could go into seclusion again. At this time, David had some free time, so he could take care of his family's affairs. In the study of mansion number 35, David sat behind the desk while Jason and Albin stood respectfully in front of the desk. "Master, the situation of our shop has not been good recently." Jason bowed and reported. "Is there any trouble?" David didn't have much interest in the shop, but it was his own business after all, so he asked casually. With David's current strength, with the 2 abilities of Grandmaster Alchemist and Grandmaster Blacksmith, the things he made casually could buy many shops. The shops next to our 4 shops sell the same goods as ours, but the price is 10% lower than ours. Jason replied, "Is there anything else?" David shook his head lightly. He didn't want to ask about this kind of thing. As long as it was a business method, he was too lazy to investigate it. Would he kill his competitors for this kind of thing? Jason was used to being poor. If the 4 shops that were compensated didn't make money, he could sell them. He didn't need to trouble himself for a little bit of money. There's also Bama Star. I went there a while ago, and the manager there said that someone approached the mine and was discovered several times, but nothing was lost. Jason saw that David didn't care and said another thing. "What? Someone appeared at Bama Star's mine?" David suddenly stood up and said. David's reaction puzzled Jason. Although the mine was important, there were no losses. The shops were constantly losing money, but David didn't lose his composure like this. Chapter 774. When did this happen? David asked Steward Jason. "About half a month. I go to the mine every half a month. If you don't come back, I'll go to the mine again tomorrow." Steward Jason bowed and replied. David sat back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table, thinking in his mind. The only thing he paid attention to on Bama Star was the Chinyam Manor, because it was the place where the heart-warming lotus was produced. However, as long as a noble had a normal mind, they would not provoke the Chinyam Manor, because that would anger the main family. Lord Gould had discovered that the heart-warming lotus seed soup that David had given him contained energy that was effective for a 5th-level temple knight, so he had expressed his importance to the Chinyam Manor in the noble circle. Even all the previous orders for the heart-warming lotus seed soup had been rejected for David. Now, if other nobles wanted to obtain the heart-warming lotus seed soup, they would have to go through the main family and obtain it from Lord Gould. This was also Lord Gould's way of protecting David. One had to know that if the other lords found out about the heart-warming lotus seed soup that was effective for a 5th-level temple knight, they would obtain it through various means. If David could not satisfy them, it was very likely to lead to disaster. Lord Gould's actions also placed the Chinyam Manor under the protection of the main family. Any action against the Chinyao Manor was tantamount to a provocation to the main family. Another industry that David was concerned about was the Black Rock mining area on planet Boyo. The Black Rock mining area was a krypton mine. Although the output was not high, David had left behind the crystal-pregnant stone there. That was why he reacted like this when he heard Steward Jason say that someone was spying on the mining area. Although it was an external mining area and had not been found in the Black Rock mining area, who knew if anyone had investigated the Black Rock mining area? One had to know that David did not leave any combat power in the Black Rock mining area, only 200 native miners and stewards. In a mining area of planet Boyo, a team of Knight was advancing through the harsh environment. They had already entered a purple gold mining area. This was the only way to enter the Black Rock mining area. The 6 Knights were equipped with Grade 2 Knight armor, which shielded them from the harmful gases in the air, allowing them to move without any worries. There were no markings on their Grade 2 Knight armor. Don't leave anyone alive. Don't let that person find us. The captain of the Knight ordered his men in a deep voice as he looked at the figures in the mining area ahead. His subordinates naturally knew whose property this was. If a murder was committed here, the consequences would be disastrous. The legend of Duke Arthur was widely spread among the nobles. Even knights like them often heard about him. However, they had no choice but to come this time because they had been hired, and they could not afford to offend the person who hired them, nor did they dare to disobey his orders. Fortunately, the mission of the 6th Knight was simple. Enter the Black Rock mining area, find a special glowing stone, and bring it back. In order to not be found by Duke Arthur, the 6th Knight decided not to leave anyone alive along the way. In order to sneak in, they did not even use the planet-level portal to reach planet Boyo. Instead, they used the temporary portal of the person who hired them. Attack! The captain of the Knight shouted. Soon after, the 6 Knights summoned their war horses, mounted their war horses, and charged forward with their heavy swords in hand. The 6 Knight were all Earth Knights. With their strength, even a low-level noble's castle would not be able to stop their attack, let alone the native miners. The native miners screamed. They could not even escape. The Knights' war horses were too fast. There was no chance for them to escape. I am from the Boyo Mining Alliance. This is Duke Arthur's property. Please don't kill me. The steward with the alchemy breathing device raised his hand and shouted. The steward hoped that the reputation of the Boyo Mining Alliance and Duke Arthur would deter the knight, but his shouting did not work. An Earth Knight's warhorse rushed past him and swept the steward's neck with his heavy sword. The Earth Knight did not care about him at all and continued to move on to the rest of the miners. In just 30 seconds, everyone in the purple gold mining area was dead. Check them all. Leave no survivors. The captain of the Knight waved his hand and ordered. The Earth Knight checked the mine and the miners' residences. After confirming that there were no survivors, they moved on to the Black Rock mining area. In front of the Black Rock mining area, the captain of the Knight stopped his warhorse and jumped down. The captain of the Knight observed the border of the Black Rock mining area. In his hand, an alchemy item was flashing, indicating that there was an alchemy defense here. He took out a magic talisman from his portal bag. It was a very expensive magic talisman. It was a very special magic talisman. It should not appear in the hands of an Earth Knight. The Knight Captain activated the Break World Talisman, and a white light rushed forward. The defensive shield of the Black Rock mining area appeared, but this white light cut a small door in the defensive shield that allowed people to pass through. You must leave within 5 minutes after entering. The captain of the Knight turned his head and ordered his companions. The captain of the Knight waved his hand. The Knight put away his warhorse and entered through the small door in the defensive barrier. The 6th Earth Knight advanced 500 meters. They could already feel the rich krypton energy in the surroundings. The captain of the Knight held an alchemy item in his hand. There was a light spot on the alchemy item that indicated that the special glowing stone was in front of him. Captain, look over there. An Earth Knight turned his head and said in disbelief. The captain of the Knight looked up and saw a dozen mechanical marionettes cleaning the ground. They were not surprised by the mechanical marionettes. However, They were surprised to see mechanical marionettes working here. This was the Krypton mining area. Under the influence of the Krypton energy, mechanical marionettes could not move freely. The wisdom core of the marionettes could not operate in the Krypton energy. Everyone in the great world of God knew that Krypton could only be mined by hand. Mechanical marionettes could not be used. However, it seemed that Duke Arthur had found a way to make mechanical marionettes work in the Krypton mining area. Ignore these marionettes. Find a glowing stone, and we will leave immediately. The captain of the night said in a deep voice. The 6 Earth Knights mounted their war horses and formed a night battle formation. The captain of the night led the way with the alchemy item in his hand. They rushed toward the glowing spot. There was no one else there, so there was no danger. All they had to do was to complete the mission as quickly as possible. However, as soon as the 6 Earth Knights approached, the 19 robots all emitted a piercing alarm. At the same time, the robot in the underground space put the pregnancy crystal into a small teleportation circle. In a flash of white light, the pregnancy crystal disappeared. Then, the robot crushed a two-way pattern. As soon as the two-way pattern was crushed, David, who was in the Bama main city mansion, felt a two-way pattern in his space pendant shatter. Steward Jason, find a way to find out who is targeting our shop. I have something to do. David's expression changed slightly as he ordered in a deep voice. Originally, he would not ask about the shop. However, it was too much of a coincidence. At the same time, someone was targeting his business, and at the same time, something happened in the Black Rock mining area. Combined with what the Minister of Noble Affairs said, some nobles were trying to suppress him. He felt like he was in some kind of whirlpool. The 5-level 4 Sky Knights summoned their flying mounts at the same time. David also leapt into the air. Although he didn't have a flying mount, the 5-level 4 Sky Knights were able to carry him through the air without any problems. The chi of the 6 LV4 Sky Knights rose in the air above Bama City, causing the 2 LV4 Sky Knights on duty to be flurried as they hurriedly flew towards here and caught sight of David. The 2 rank 4 Sky Knight stopped their flying mounts in the air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They saw Duke Arthur flying with his 5 rank 4 Sky Knight subordinates. Although Duke Arthur did not have a flying mount, they could sense the presence of a rank 4 Sky Knight. The 2 rank 4 Sky Knight looked at each other and then took out the communication circle to report. David did not care if others knew that he was a rank 4 Sky Knight. He also did not want to hide the fact that he was a rank 4 Sky Knight. The more powerful he was, the more potential he had. It would make his friends value him more and make his enemies think twice before dealing with him. The 5 rank 4 Sky Knight were extremely fast on their flying mounts. They arrived at the planet-level portal in a very short time. Planet Boyo, David said to the portal staff as soon as he arrived at the planet-level portal. Without any hesitation, the staff member immediately opened the teleportation gate for David. It was the busiest time for the planet-level portal. Many nobles were waiting to pass through. However, no one said anything. They even looked at David with goodwill. Not to mention the fact that these nobles had seen David, just the fact that 6 level 4 Sky Knights were acting together was not something that they dared to question. Although David did cut in line, as a duke, David still had this privilege. David nodded to the portal staff to express his gratitude. Then, the 5 Sky Knight took him through the portal on their flying mounts. David and the 5 rank 4 Sky Knight flew out of the planet-level portal of Planet Boyo. His aura was soaring to the sky, which showed his current mood. The destruction of the two-way pattern meant that the pregnant crystal had been moved away. However, it also meant that the long-term cultivation plan in the Black Rock mining area had failed. The pregnant crystal had left the Black Rock mining area, and the accumulated energy for the growth of the Krypton crystal had also dissipated. How could David not be angry that all his hard work had been destroyed in a single day? How did Duke Arthur get here so quickly? Should we stop him? August asked the rank 5 knight to the rank 5 temple knight next to him. They all used energy clones to hide in an ordinary noble's carriage. This operation against the Black Rock mining area was organized by the Alliance of Forces. Originally, They did not want to act directly. The alliance of forces first wanted to attack Duke Arthur through commercial activities. However, when they investigated Duke Arthur's properties, they found that there were very few properties that belonged to Count Arthur. Other than the 10 plantations and one winery of the Luce family on Planet Dashing, there were only some commercial properties in Planet Bama and the mining area of Planet Boyo. These were too shabby for a duke. The output of these properties was probably not even enough to support a duke's daily life. The 10 plantations and one winery could not be targeted in a short period of time. At most, after the harvest, they could use their connections to prevent the plantations and wineries from being bought. This could only be done after the autumn harvest. After investigating Planet Bama's Chinyao Manor, they did not dare to act at all. That was equivalent to directly becoming enemies with the main family. At least all the members of the alliance of forces, including the hired knight, did not dare to accept such a mission. The 4 shops in Bama were the only places where they could attack Duke Arthur. The alliance of forces operated through their subordinate forces. Of course, the alliance of forces would not let go of the mining area of Planet Boyo. However, among the knights sent to investigate, there was a knight who returned from Planet Warring. The pregnant crystal he brought back from Planet Warring reacted to the alchemy item. This news immediately attracted the attention of the alliance of forces. The whole thing changed from suppressing Duke Arthur to snatching the pregnant crystal. In order to rob the pregnant crystal stone, the alliance not only sent out a team of 6 Earth Knights, but also 2 level 5 Temple Knights among the 4 level 5 Temple Knights. They were ready to receive the pregnant crystal stone as soon as possible. The Knight team, formed by the Earth Knight, was not hired by the alliance of forces. Even if something happened to the Knight team, it could not be traced back to the alliance of forces. To be honest, even a level 5 Temple Knight was careful with Duke Arthur. They did not want to directly offend Duke Arthur. Duke Arthur was not without forces behind him. Whether it was the main family or dozens of level 5 Temple Knights who owed him favors, they were all his backers. Therefore, the alliance of forces did not do it themselves. Instead, they hired knights to snatch the pregnant crystal. Are you going to fall out with Duke Arthur now and let him know that we did it? Or should we kill him now? The job level 5 Temple Knight shook his head and said, these 2 Temple Knights of the 5th rank had their own clans, and unless they had no other choice, they wouldn't act against the Duke in the city. Besides, the 2 level 5 Temple Knights could also see that David had reached level 4 Sky Knight. In addition, there were 5 level 4 Sky Knights beside him. They came with energy clones, so it would be difficult to quickly get rid of David. It must be known that David and the 5 level 4 Sky Knights were flying very casually while maintaining the Knight formation. Chapter 775. With David's status as a duke, he could even fly freely in an important city like Bama Main City. Therefore, the 6 LV4 Sky Knights didn't have any scruples about flying in Bama Main City. Without stopping in the city, the 6 LV4 Sky Knights flew away. Viscount Harvey received the news and ran out of his room. He saw a familiar figure being protected by 5 rank 4 Sky Knight in space. Viscount Harvey gasped. He was shocked that David brought 2 rank 4 Sky Knight with him last time, but now there were 5 of them. Now that David was already a duke, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to recruit a level 4 Sky Knight. It wasn't a secret among the nobles that a duke had a quota of resources. I hope nothing bad happens. Viscount Harvey mumbled to himself. David and the 5 LV4 Sky Knights didn't stop at all as they flew away at full speed. It could be seen that something had happened in the mining area. Planet Boyo was an unremarkable mining planet. It could not withstand a battle between rank 4 Sky Knight. The most powerful knight on Planet Boyo was only an Earth Knight. The reason Viscount Harvey had the right to speak on Planet Boyo was because the other big nobles were not interested in Planet Boyo. If a normal person stayed here for too long, they would be poisoned to death by the air. As soon as David left the range of Boyo, he unleashed his power of will and increased his speed. He was even faster than the 5 Sky Knight, so he directly flew towards the Black Rock mining area. When he passed by the purple gold mining area, he saw a ground full of corpses. These were David's native miners. Although Viscount Harvey did not pay much attention to these native miners when he gave them to him, they were only assigned to work in this unimportant purple gold mining area. However, these native miners were also from the Luce family and were also under Duke Arthur's name. David felt provoked, and his anger began to rise. As he moved forward, he saw the hole in the black rock mining area's defensive barrier. In his knowledge system as a Grandmaster Alchemist, only a Grandmaster Alchemist could draw a top-level boundary-breaking pattern. David entered the black rock mining area. The 19 robots were already broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. He arrived at the location of the hidden AI system. A big hole had been dug out, revealing a dark room underneath. David entered the dark room. One of the robots was also destroyed. The AI system's wiring was destroyed, but the intruders probably did not realize the importance of the AI system. Perhaps they only thought the robots were a threat. David shook his head. He came fast enough, but the intruders were even faster. They must be professionals. They left as soon as they finished their job. Do you really think you can escape? David looked at the undamaged AI system and sneered. He took out an optical computer terminal and connected it to the AI system server. Then, from the moment the intruders entered the black rock mining area and were discovered by the robots, all of their actions were recorded on the server. Everything the robots saw was connected to the AI system server. As long as the AI system server was not damaged, the intruders would be known at a glance. David looked at the time at the end of the recording. It was the time when the knight entered the dark room and destroyed the last robot. It was only 3 minutes ago. It was impossible for the knights to escape from Planet Boyo in 3 minutes. Thinking of this, David scanned the AI system's server on the ground, as well as all the robot wreckage, and stored them into his spatial pendant. Then, he summoned Little White from his summoning ring. As David's strength increased, he encountered more and more powerful beings. Little White, with its weak defense, would not be carried around like before. Under normal circumstances, Little White would stay in the summoning ring. With Little White's size, the space in the summoning ring was very large. It did not feel crowded. After leaving the summoning ring, Little White was obviously not used to the air on Planet Boyo. It shook its head to show its dissatisfaction. Of course, no matter how bad the air quality was, Little White could still adapt. Little White's body was very poisonous, so it had a natural immunity to poison. David patted Little White lightly. After comforting it, he ordered Little White to search for abnormal presences. No one had come to the black rock mining area, so the 6 intruders' presences were very obvious. Little White was able to find specific presences in the complex city. The mission this time was too simple. Little White sent a message to David. It had sensed the presences and successfully tracked them. David soared into the sky, and together with the other 5 level 4 Sky Knights, they chased in a certain direction. Flying in the sky, he saw the tracks of war horses on the ground. There was a clear difference between war horses and normal horses. Plus, this was Planet Boyo. It was impossible for normal horses to survive here. Only war horses with bloodline power could move freely. It could be seen from the hoof marks on the war horses that the 6 Earth Knights drove the war horses to gallop at full speed. It could be seen from the strides of the war horses. David did not want to let the intruders escape. He turned around and glanced at the 5 level 4 Sky Knight. Once again, he stimulated his mind and accelerated into the distance. To be honest, David was leading a level 4 Sky Knight because he needed it. As a duke, he needed this kind of extravagance. However, the level 4 Sky Knight was too weak for him. Not to mention that he was a level 4 Sky Knight himself. With his strength and speed, any level 4 Sky Knight would not be his opponent, especially in this kind of situation. Even if a level 4 Sky Knight was riding a flying mount, its speed could not compare to David's. David discovered that the 6th Earth Knight had turned in a small arc and returned to Boyo City. This was not hard to imagine. Boyo City was the only city on Planet Boyo. If one wanted to leave Planet Boyo through the planet-level portal, they would have to go to the main city. When he was 5 kilometers away from Boyo City, David saw the figures of the 6 Earth Knight. Careful, there are enemies. The captain of the night was constantly paying attention to the surroundings. When he saw a black dot appear in the distant sky, he loudly warned. However, David was too fast. He was just a black dot, and in the blink of an eye, he was a kilometer away. The captain of the night could already roughly see David's face. The captain of the night was naturally familiar with David's face. When they accepted the mission, they had obtained David's portrait from the intelligence organization. Prepare for battle. The captain of the night did not think that they could compete in speed with a sky knight flying in the sky, even if David did not have a flying mount. At this time, the 6 Earth Knight did not have time to consider why David could maintain such a fast flying speed without a flying mount. They had to face David's attacks. Hold on for 1 minute. The people who will come to our rescue will be here soon. The captain of the night said softly. The captain of the night only sent out a message that the mission was completed, but he did not send out a message that the mission had failed. As a mercenary knight, he naturally knew that the mission's failure message would make the person who issued the mission give up on them. Besides, he did not think that his mission had failed. The intelligence did not say that there was a small teleportation circle there. In any case, they had completed the mission given by their employer. There was nothing they could do if there was no special glowing stone there. However, the captain of the night brought back a small teleportation circle, which could be considered as an explanation to their employer. Now, the mission's completion message was very likely to be their lifesaver. He believed that their employer would not let that special glowing stone fall back into David's hands. David did not have the intention to kill the 6 Earth Knights at once. With his strength, it was very easy to kill these knights. When he was 1 kilometer away from the 6 Earth Knights, he opened his mouth and sent out a high-frequency sound wave. Perhaps the high-frequency sound wave did not have much effect on a rank 4 or 5 knight, but for the 6 rank 3 Earth Knights, the high-frequency sound wave that came from the mouth of a rank 5 Will and a rank 4 Sky Knight, David, was powerful enough to make them temporarily lose the ability to resist. The captain of the night heard a sharp and piercing sound in his ear. This sound was like a needle piercing into his ear and then into his brain. What ability is this? The captain of the night felt a wave of dizziness. Before he fell to the ground, he had this question in his mind. The 6 Earth Knights all fell from their war horses. The war horses were also affected by the high-frequency sound wave and fell to the ground after taking 2 steps. David was about to step forward when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Almost instantly, a rank 4 knight armor appeared on his body, and a rank 4 shield appeared in his hand in front of him. When the rank 5 Temple Knight August and the rank 5 Temple Knight Yaba heard the report from their subordinates that the mission they sent out was successful, they prepared to go out of the city to provide support. The energy avatars of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knights stood at the top of the main city of Yobo and observed the situation in the distance. When the 6 Earth Knights appeared, the 2 rank 5 Temple Knights' faces were filled with joy. The importance of the pregnant crystal was indescribable to any rank 5 Temple Knight. The pregnant crystal not only had the effect of promoting the production of krypton, but more importantly, it could produce perfect krypton or could be used in many aspects, including cultivation, large-scale formations, powerful puppets, and so on. It basically covered all aspects of a rank 5 powerhouse. When cultivating, having a perfect krypton could not only increase the speed of cultivation, but could also activate large-scale and super large-scale spirit gathering formations to support the cultivation of a rank 5 powerhouse. Almost all alchemy items with rank 5 attack and defense required a perfect krypton as the core. Perfect krypton was the rarest resource in the entire world. Only Warstar would occasionally produce it. However, the perfect krypton produced by Warstar was either divided among the top nobles or obtained by the Interstellar Federation. How could these big nobles have a chance to obtain it? However, it was different with the pregnant crystal. By placing the pregnant crystal in a krypton or mine, their family would always be able to obtain perfect krypton For this, the alliance did not hesitate to go to war with David. The huge benefits were enough to make them feel that it was worth it. When they saw Duke Arthur chase after them, the two rank 5 Temple Knights felt extreme disbelief. Although Duke Arthur was a rank 4 Sky Knight, he didn't even have a flying mount, yet he was able to catch up to 6 Earth Knights. Looking at the 5 rank 4 Sky Knights in the distance, it was clear that Duke Arthur only chased after them because they were too slow. August looked at the job rank 5 Temple Knight and said, "Get rid of Duke Arthur." He didn't ask because he believed that the job rank 5 Temple Knight would make the same decision. David had chased after them without the protection of the other rank 4 Sky Knight. This was a great opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop. The job rank 5 Temple Knight nodded with murderous intent in his eyes. Kill him. Since they had offended Duke Arthur and knew how difficult it was to deal with him, they naturally chose to kill him directly. Therefore, the energy clones of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knight suddenly attacked. The distance of 5,000 meters seemed very far, but it was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. However, the energy clones of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knight didn't expect the 6 rank 4 Earth Knights to fall before they could even fight back. When they arrived, they were just in time to stop David from approaching the 6 rank 4 Earth Knights. David's defensive posture was just in time. He felt a huge force coming from the rank 4 shield, but it was still something he could defend against. It's a rank 5 Temple Knight. When David felt the force coming from the shield, he judged the enemy's strength. The Shadow Attendant also saw the energy clones of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knight, confirming David's thoughts. David now had 2 choices. One was to summon 4 rank 5 Temple Knights to block the energy clones of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knights. As for killing the energy clones with their speed, it would be very difficult to do so. To kill the energy doppelganger of a 5th rank Temple Knight, only the energy doppelganger of a 5th rank Temple Knight could accomplish this, because only the energy doppelganger could keep up with the energy doppelganger. A rank 5 Temple Knight was indeed very powerful, but in terms of speed, he couldn't compare to the energy clones. David wasn't sure if he could kill the 2 rank 5 Temple Knights in one strike. Even if he used a surprise attack, the 4 rank 5 Temple Knights would act and kill the energy clones of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knights. That would only be killing the energy clones, but it would be a huge loss to the rank 5 Temple Knight behind them, but it wouldn't be life-threatening. But by doing so, David would expose the 4 rank 5 Temple Knights. The other choice was to escape. There were only so many rank 5 Temple Knights in the great world of God, so finding the 2 rank 5 Knights wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 776. With a thought, David mobilized the spatial energy of the transcendent stiletto beside his calf, and then borrowed the force of a shield to descend to the ground. The 5 4th rank Sky Knights, hurrying over from afar, immediately turned their heads, flying in 5 different directions. In the process of descending, David used the 4th rank shield to block 2 more attacks, thanks to the battle angel crystal. Although the energy doppelgangers of the 2 5th rank Knight were extremely fast, as long as David paid attention, he could slow down the attacks of the energy doppelgangers. Because David's strength wasn't enough to match the full speed of the battle angel crystal, he couldn't make use of the slow-motion attacks of the 5th rank Knight's energy doppelgangers to counterattack, but he could use the 4th rank shield to block the attacks of the energy doppelgangers in advance. Of course, this was also related to David having the strength of a 4th rank Sky Knight. Before, he only had the strength of a 3rd rank Earth Knight. In the face of this kind of attack, even if he wanted to block, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. In the process of descending, David didn't forget to use the Interstellar Federation's small device to take pictures of the energy doppelgangers of the 2 5th rank Temple Knight. When he was 2 meters above the ground, David suddenly activated the spatial dash ability. The spatial energy mobilized from the transcendent stiletto was completely consumed, and his body appeared on the ground. In the process of the spatial dash, he also activated the lightning body at the same time, fusing it with a bolt of lightning from the lightning pattern. When he appeared on the ground, he had already turned into a weak bolt of lightning. Damn it! Seeing David suddenly disappear, the 5th-ranked Temple Knight Ogiest couldn't help but curse loudly. The energy doppelgangers of the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights had launched a sneak attack on a 4th-ranked Sky Knight, but they didn't succeed and instead let the 4th-ranked Sky Knight escape. If this matter spread out, the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights would become a laughingstock. But what made the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights even more worried was David's strength. Just as the rumors said, David had a special method of escaping and had escaped many times in front of higher-ranked knights. And the battle strength David had just displayed made the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights' heart turn cold. "Let's look around. We can't let him escape," the 5th-ranked Temple Knight said anxiously. The 2 Temple Knights of the 5th rank were very fast, and after searching the surrounding 5 kilometers, they didn't find any trace of David's aura. David was actually 10 meters below the ground where they had just been, but David had turned into a streak of lightning, and his aura was very weak. And with David's aura concealment technique, his aura was reduced to an extremely small amount. If the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights' energy doppelgangers had some experience, they wouldn't have targeted David's previous aura. Instead, they would have spread out their consciousness to search for any abnormal aura, and perhaps even discover David's existence. But even if the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights' energy doppelgangers discovered David underground, they wouldn't be able to catch up to David, who could move stealthily underground. Perhaps the speed of a 5th-ranked Temple Knight's energy doppelgangers was unparalleled in the sky, but when it came to moving stealthily underground, David's lightning doppelgangers were definitely number one. David didn't move. As long as the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights' energy doppelgangers didn't discover him, he could observe the movements of the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights' energy doppelgangers through the shadow attendant on the ground. The 6th third-rank Earth Knights were in the process of recovering. In the end, they were 3rd-rank Earth Knights, and David didn't want to kill them on the spot. After a short period of dizziness, they stood up. The 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights' energy doppelgangers searched the surroundings, but didn't find David's figure. After seeing the 6th third-rank Earth Knights recover, they didn't continue looking for David. Getting the incubating crystal was the most important thing. When the 6th third-rank Earth Knights saw the energy doppelgangers of the 2 5th-rank Temple Knights, they were first overjoyed, but then fear appeared on their faces. Their joy came from the fact that they were saved. David's strength was beyond their imagination. A strange attack from a kilometer away stunned all 6 of them in an instant. If not for the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights' energy doppelgangers appearing, they would have already fallen into David's hands. But after the joy, they thought of the mission, and their captain's face turned ugly. If they had known that a 5th-ranked Temple Knight would be involved in this mission, they wouldn't have accepted it, even if it meant offending a great noble. In fact, the involvement of a 5th-ranked Temple Knight wasn't something that a mere 3rd-rank Earth Knight like them should be involved in. "Give me the thing," Augustus ordered the 5th-ranked Temple Knight in a deep voice. The Knight Captain didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he had nothing to give. Augustus thought that the Knight Captain was worried about the reward, so he continued, "Don't worry, you've completed your mission. You won't be short of the reward. Just give me the thing. I promise on the reputation of the Dennis family. Honorable Sir Knight, we entered the Black Rock mining area, but we only found this." The Knight Captain saw that he couldn't delay any longer, so he took out a small item teleportation circle from his portal bag and handed it over. Augustus stared at the small item teleportation circle in the Knight Captain's hand with eyes full of anger. If the Knight Captain hadn't informed them that the mission was completed, he and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight wouldn't have been able to do anything. Now that they had become enemies with Duke Arthur, they only got this result. Augustus and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight looked at each other. Then the energy avatars of the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights suddenly attacked. The 6th third-rank Earth Knights were no match for them. In a breath's time, 6 corpses were lying on the ground. "Let's go back and prepare. Duke Arthur is very vengeful. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome in the future." August, a 5th-ranked Temple Knight, didn't feel anything about killing 6 Earth Knights, so he said in a deep voice, "It would have been better if they had left David behind, but David had escaped. As long as they didn't kill David, their families would have to face Duke David's crazy revenge. I'm not worried about the family. I'm worried about whether he will attack our businesses." The 5th rank Temple Knight shook his head and said, "The family had a rank 5 Temple Knight's main body, so the Yabba rank 5 Temple Knight wasn't afraid of David going. In fact, as long as David went, his main body would be even more powerful. Although he was slower than his energy clone, his battle strength and various methods were much higher. Even if David wanted to escape, it would be very hard. Although David's sudden disappearance made the energy avatars of the 2 5th rank Temple Knight helpless, they were confident that if their main body was here, they would be able to find traces of David. Duke Arthur has so few properties. It's hard for us to deal with his properties. Why don't we attack Chinya Manor and lure him there?" Auguste, a level 5 Holy Knight, suggested. "Augustus, do you want to start a war with the main family?" The 5th rank Temple Knight looked at the 5th rank Temple Knight and asked, "Does Duke Arthur have anyone close to him that can threaten him?" Auguste, a 5th level Templar, naturally wouldn't go to war with the main family, so he turned around and said. After the 5th rank Temple Knight asked this question, the 2 5th rank Temple Knights looked at each other and thought of the information about Duke Arthur. It seemed that Duke Arthur didn't have any friends in the information. It was hard to imagine that a duke's relationship was as clean as a piece of white paper. Apart from having some relationship with the main family, they had never heard of Duke Arthur having a close relationship with anyone. But thinking that Duke Arthur had only been in the great world of God for less than a year, the 2 5th rank Temple Knights suddenly realized. But this was even more frightening. According to the information, when Duke Arthur came to the great world of God, he hadn't started knight training. But in a year, Duke Arthur had become a 4th rank Sky Knight, and his title had been promoted from Baron to Duke. We can't let Duke Arthur grow anymore. We must kill him with all our strength, the 5th rank Temple Knight said in a deep voice. The 5th rank Temple Knight also nodded solemnly. This kind of peerless genius was the most frightening. Perhaps in 2 years, Duke Arthur would appear in front of them and become a 5th rank Temple Knight. Since this kind of peerless genius had become an enemy, then they must kill him before he grows up. Let's go back. The 5th rank Temple Knight looked at the scene and said. The energy avatars of the 2 5th rank Temple Knights rose into the air and disappeared. David didn't immediately come out of the ground. Since the 2 5th rank Temple Knights had killed 6 3rd rank Earth Knights, but they didn't clean up the battlefield. Even if the 2 5th rank Temple Knights weren't interested in the level 2 equipment, it would be extremely troublesome to leave the corpses of the 6 Earth Knights here. It was very simple for a knight to clean up the battlefield. As long as they put all the items and corpses left behind in the battle into their spatial items, there were too many hidden places in the great world of God to dispose of corpses. David thought about the conversation between the 2 5th rank Temple Knights. From the conversation, he knew that one of the 5th rank Knights was called Augustus and belonged to the Dennis family. He called up the knowledge of heraldry in his memory and found information about the Dennis family. The Dennis family was a powerful duke noble family. Unlike David, who was a newborn duke, the Dennis family had a duke title for 1,000 years, and a 5th rank Temple Knight had appeared 100 years ago. Presumably, the 5th rank Temple Knight was Augustus. This 5th rank Temple Knight didn't inherit the title, but used his own merit to exchange for the title of Viscount, making the Dennis family a family with 2 noble titles. It must be known that noble titles could be exchanged, but the price was too high. The price here wasn't just the exchange price, but also the maintenance price. Just like the Dennis family, in addition to having to complete a large number of missions in exchange for merit to ensure that their duke title wouldn't be downgraded in the next inheritance, they also had to have extra merit to ensure that their Viscount title wouldn't be downgraded. When a noble title was passed down, it would drop by 1 rank every time it was passed down. If you didn't want your title to drop, you had to pay the corresponding amount of merit. If the current generation of nobles didn't have the ability, their title would be downgraded. If several generations didn't have the ability, their noble title could be erased. This was also the great world of God's way of eliminating unqualified nobles. It encouraged the nobles to not dare to slack off and work hard to improve their own strength. It wasn't that there weren't nobles who didn't enjoy themselves, but even if a duke noble slacked off, they could only last for 5 generations at most before they became commoners and lost their noble rights. The Dennis family was relatively successful among the nobles. This family had a lot of territory, but unfortunately, these territories were spread across several planets. Although the territory was very large, with the total area exceeding the land area of an ordinary planet, because the territory wasn't on a planet, they didn't have a territory on a planet and weren't qualified to compete for the top nobles. Here is the top nobles. In the great world of God, the top nobles were the nobles with the highest power in the secular world. They had their own planet, and everything on the planet belonged to the top nobles. The top nobles also had the power to participate in the management of the great world of God's affairs. This power was realized through the Supreme Council, and the top nobles would send representatives to participate in the Supreme Council. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for the top nobles to become ordinary nobles, because the top nobles had a lot of resources that were enough for them to nurture a large number of knights. The foundation that the top nobles had was enough to support the top nobles. Even if there was a lack of talent, they could still support the top nobles for many generations. However, every few hundred years, there would always be a top noble who would decline and fall from the top noble's position. The other nobles would crazily want to occupy the top noble's position. The qualifications to compete for the top noble's position were naturally very stringent. The family had to be at least a duke and own a planet as their territory. The family also had to have a 5th-level temple knight of their own bloodline. Then, all the nobles who were qualified to compete for the top noble's position would be given the opportunity to showcase themselves in the Supreme Council. The top nobles of the Supreme Council would vote to decide who would inherit the top noble's position. Of course, after tens of thousands of years, the number of top nobles had long been insufficient. As the number of planets discovered decreased, the shrines increased the exchange conditions for land rewards. Almost no nobles could own a planet's territory. In particular, almost every planet had an aristocratic affairs office, which made it extremely difficult to buy a noble's territory through illegal means. If one did not do well, they would be punished by the aristocratic affairs office or targeted by the shrines. The punishment from the aristocratic affairs office was less severe. At most, they would be fined. However, if they were targeted by the shrines, they might be stripped of their noble status. The shrines would not allow barbaric competition between nobles. Chapter 777. David was thinking about the Dennis family situation 10 meters underground in his lightning body state. 2 figures appeared in the sky above his head and scanned the surroundings with their minds. It was the energy avatars of Augustus and Yaba, a level 5 temple knight. They probably wanted to come back for a surprise attack. However, they encountered David, who had maxed out his hidden experience. Ever since David came to this world, his growth had been a process of escaping and counterattacking countless times. The reason why David didn't come out was because he guessed that the energy avatars of the 2 level 5 temple knight would return. The energy avatars of the 2 level 5 temple knight didn't clean up the battlefield before leaving. It was very likely that they wanted to use the equipment on the corpses on the ground to attract David. If David was greedy, they would have seized the opportunity. Looks like they really did leave. There's no signal from the portal, which means Duke Arthur didn't leave Planet Boyo. Let's go to the portal and wait for him. Augustus, a level 5 temple knight, shook his head. He scanned the corpses and equipment on the ground with his mind and put them all into his portal item. He quickly flew towards the planetary portal in the main city with the energy avatars of the Yaba, a level 5 temple knight. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, and this was Planet Boyo, a small mineral planet, they wanted to trap David here. With the power of a level 5 temple knight, no noble would dare to oppose their decision on a mineral planet like this. David didn't wait in the same place. He turned into lightning and use his underground stealth ability to retrieve the 5-level 4 Sky Knight subordinates before entering the main city of Boyo. When he got close to the planetary portal, David realized that it would be very difficult for him to leave using the portal directly. At Boyo City's planetary-level teleportation gate, not only were there 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights, there were also 6 4th-ranked Sky Knights inspecting every noble that passed through the planetary-level teleportation gate. The 6 level 4 Sky Knight were a perfect battle group, and they could form the best battle formation for the night. David observed the situation of the planet-level portal from 10 meters underground. He was not worried at all. If he wanted to leave, there were many ways. If he used a spaceship to leave, it would take him more than a day to reach the nearest planet. Then, he could use the planet's portal to go anywhere. Perhaps David could also find a secluded place on planet Boyo, lay down the ancient isolation rune, and install the medium ancient teleportation gate. That way, he could leave planet Boyo. Of course, he would need to return later to retrieve the medium ancient teleportation gate. David wasn't in a hurry to make his choice. After fighting the energy doppelgangers of the 2 5th-ranked Temple Knight, he clearly had a lot more confidence. This was the first time he fought with the energy doppelgangers of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight after his strength increased. Facts proved that with David's current strength, it would be very difficult for the energy doppelgangers of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight to kill him. The biggest advantage of the energy doppelgangers was their speed. In this aspect, David was indeed inferior to the energy doppelgangers, but he wasn't completely defenseless. This allowed him to passively defend. Coupled with his special ability, he could leave the battlefield at any time in times of danger. The energy doppelgangers of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight almost never use weapons. On one hand, this was because the weapons condensed from the energy doppelganger's bloodline power were sharper than level 4 weapons. Although they were a bit worse than level 5 weapons were just too rare. They were mainly used by the main body of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight. On the other hand, in case the energy doppelgangers used weapons, even if they were level 5 weapons, they would slow down the speed of the energy doppelgangers. Normally speaking, the energy doppelgangers would only carry an extremely light spatial ring on their bodies and would mostly fight empty-handed. In order to maintain the energy doppelganger's speed advantage, generally no 5th-ranked Temple Knight would let the energy doppelgangers use weapons of the 5th rank. Weakening the energy doppelganger's speed advantage for the sake of greater offensive power was an extremely uneconomical matter. Moreover, if the energy doppelgangers of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight were unable to defeat the enemy using weapons condensed from the energy doppelganger's bloodline power, then in a situation where the doppelganger's speed was even slower, it would be even more impossible to defeat the enemy. Without reaching the 5th rank in terms of offensive power, breaking through David's shield of the 4th rank would be very difficult, let alone the fact that David was wearing a knight's armor of the 4th rank, as well as his inextinguishable life force. At that moment, David realized his fear of the 5th-ranked Temple Knight had disappeared. It was not because he had 4 5th-ranked Temple Knights, but because of his increased confidence in his own strength. The 5th-ranked Temple Knight of Ogiest and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight of Job had taken control of the teleportation gate of Boyo Main City, but they did not seal it. It was not that they didn't want to, but they did not have the power to. They could not even stop other nobles from using the teleportation gate, unless they were prepared to kill everyone on planet Boyo. Otherwise, they would be punished by the Noble Affairs Office and shrines. David waited for 6 hours. The energy in his transcendent stiletto had recovered, so he could ignite the Dimension Dash again at any time. He no longer had any scruples, so he was ready to find a chance to go through the teleportation gate. At that moment, an alchemy carriage drove over. Looking at the coat of arms on the carriage, it should be Viscount Harvey's alchemy carriage. Viscount Harvey did not have a good look on his face as he sat on the alchemy carriage. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was sure that the 5th-ranked Temple Knight of Ogiest and the 5th-ranked Temple Knight of Job had brought people to Boyo Planet to deal with Duke Arthur. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that 2 5th-ranked Temple Knights and 6th 4th rank Sky Knight appeared as soon as Duke Arthur arrived. Even Viscount Harvey began to suspect that the attack on Duke Arthur had failed. Otherwise, why would they be blocking the teleportation gate? This was a battle between Duke Arthur and a 5th rank Temple Knight. Viscount Harvey didn't want to stay on Planet Boyo for a second. He didn't dare to leave before, but after seeing many nobles leaving through the teleportation gate, he decided to leave. He felt that Boyo City was not safe at all. He had dealt with Duke Arthur and understood his past. He knew that once the battle began, Duke Arthur would not care about the rest of the people in Boyo City. As for the 5th rank Temple Knight of Ogiest and the 5th rank Temple Knight of Job, he didn't even need to think about it. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no reward, they would have already wiped out Boyo Planet. The alchemy carriage drove towards the teleportation gate, but the 6th 4th rank Sky Knight stopped it. Turn off the defensive rune of the alchemy carriage. We need to check it. A 4th rank Sky Knight lowered his voice. Viscount Harvey did not hesitate. He saw the empty hands of the 4th rank Sky Knight. They were ready to take out their weapons at any time. If he hesitated, the 4th rank Sky Knight would attack. After turning off the defensive rune of the alchemy carriage, the 2 4th rank Sky Knight carefully inspected the inside and outside of the carriage. After that, they waved their hands, and the other 4th rank Sky Knight separated. Viscount Harvey let out a long sigh of relief. Although he knew there was no problem in the alchemy carriage, facing 6 rank 4 Sky Knights and 2 rank 5 Temple Knights energy avatars at the same time made him feel a lot of pressure. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Just when the 6 4th rank Sky Knights separated, the 2 5th rank Temple Knights energy clones turned to look at another noble not far away. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared from the ground and appeared in the alchemy carriage. Not only did the 6 4th rank Sky Knight and the 2 5th rank Temple Knights energy clones not notice, but even Viscount Harvey, who was close by, did not notice this flash of lightning. The alchemy carriage entered the portal. Viscount Harvey chose the safer Bamistar. Even a 5th rank Temple Knight would not dare to be this arrogant there. Unbeknownst to everyone, David used his Dimension Dash ability and directly entered the alchemy carriage from 10 meters underground. Since this place was too close to the planet-level portal, this surge of dimension energy did not attract anyone's attention. Of course, the most important reason was that no one would expect David to be in the form of a flash of lightning. No matter how well David hid, he was still in human form. David silently left the alchemy carriage without alerting Viscount Harvey. After showing himself in an unnoticed alley, David gently rubbed his face with his hands. Soon, his face turned into another person. David then changed his clothes into something without a coat of arms and walked out of the alley. He did not return to the mansion. Instead, he found a private room in the restaurant, ordered some dishes, and asked the waiters to leave. David took out the contact circle and rummaged through it, thinking about who he should contact. He didn't want to alert the enemy, so he had to find someone who had nothing to do with him, at least on the surface, to help him investigate the Dennis family. This time, there were 2 5th rank Temple Knights involved. David didn't believe that the Dennis family was the only noble family that wanted to deal with him. At the very least, there was another noble family of the same rank involved. This kind of force was enough to monitor the forces related to him. Although if he directly contacted the main family, this matter would probably be solved, but he would not like this kind of solution. David didn't know why the 5th rank Temple Knight Augustus and the 5th rank Temple Knight Yaba were targeting him in the first place. Perhaps, as the Minister of Noble Affairs warned him, this was a big noble close to the top nobles, eliminating possible threats. But the reason why the 2 5th rank Temple Knight decided to take action was definitely because of the discovery of the crystal pregnant stone. If the main family was asked to help, although the main family would not ask for much, the favor would be owed, and it would not be easy to repay it in the future. Another reason why David didn't want the main family to interfere was that he had the ability to solve it himself, and he needed soul energy. Perhaps if no one provoked him, he would slowly cultivate until he reached the 5th rank of Temple Knight. He would go to the War Star and obtain some soul energy there. Or he would participate in the missions issued by the shrines of the great world of God and kill evil God believers to obtain soul energy. Now that someone had bullied him and killed his people, he had reason to retaliate. In this case, he would not let the main family get involved and affect his revenge plan. David thought of a person and activated the contact circle. Greetings, Honorable Duke Arthur. When Count Henderson saw the applicant of the contact circle, he immediately waved his hand to let the servants leave the room. He activated the contact circle and said respectfully, "Count Henderson, I'm sorry to disturb you. I have something to ask you for help with, and please don't reveal what I'm looking for you." David requested, "Please say, as long as I can do it, I will do my best, and no third person will know about it." Count Henderson promised, not to mention the fact that they both belonged to the top noble Maine family. The Maine family had specially taken care of Duke Arthur. He would help David with the friendship he had made with David when he was on Kyle Yen. "I'd like you to help me check the information about the Dennis family and the forces related to the Dennis family." It was also because David had interacted with Earl Henderson before, and they got along well with each other, that he would trouble Earl Henderson. "Duke Arthur, wait a moment. My family has the relevant information. I can tell you after I take it." Count Henderson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. Such a simple matter could make David owe him a favor. When David heard Count Henderson's words, he understood that this was the gap between them. Although he was powerful and had 4 5th-rank Temple Knights and 15 4th-rank Sky Knight, there was still a big gap between him and the aristocratic families with a long history. Just the foundation of this information could not be filled in a short period of time. Unlike the Interstellar Federation had a Skynet that could quickly transmit information, making the exchange of information extremely fast, and the threshold was extremely low. But in the great world of God, the cost of transmitting information was much higher. From the acquisition of information to the transmission of information, it needed to be done by the intelligence personnel themselves. Communication arrays, this kind of expensive alchemy item, could not be popularized among the intelligence personnel. After the information was sent, the work of sorting it out was much more complicated than in the Interstellar Federation. It needed manpower to complete it, unlike in the Interstellar Federation, which could be sorted out by photon computers. If the Luce family wanted to obtain information, they would either have to cooperate with other aristocratic families or directly buy it from an intelligence organization. The establishment of an intelligence system could not be completed by David alone. In the entire Luce family, there were too few available manpower. The person in charge of managing the intelligence had to be someone the family trusted. David did not have such a capable and trustworthy person around him. Chapter 778. Duke Arthur, do you have a small long-distance teleportation circle? There's a lot of information. I'll send it to you directly. Count Henderson said to David as he returned quickly. "Please wait a moment," David said. He took out the small long-distance teleportation circle from the space pendant and connected it to the communication circle, so that the small long-distance teleportation circle could share the communication circle's long-distance space beacon. "Okay, you can send it over," he said after sensing that the small long-distance teleportation circle had been activated. Count Henderson put a thick sheepskin book in the small long-distance teleportation circle. After a white light, the sheepskin book disappeared. In front of David, there was a sheepskin book in the small long-distance teleportation circle. "Count Henderson, thank you for your help, but please keep it a secret." David thanked him. After disconnecting from the communication circle with Count Henderson, David picked up the sheepskin book. The parchment recorded the history and recent situation of the Dennis family, including the members of the family, the distribution of the family's power, the family's properties, and so on. The records were so detailed that David wondered if Earl Henderson wanted to attack the Dennis family. In fact, Count Henderson's family was a subsidiary family of the Maine family, and they shared information with the Maine family. This kind of information was not important, and the main family would regularly distribute it to the subsidiary families, so that the subsidiary families would not misjudge the strength of the aristocratic family. David saw some portraits at the back of the sheepskin book. In these portraits, he saw Auguste's 5th-level temple knight. After that, he saw the information he needed. It was a secret alliance of forces. Although this alliance of forces wanted to be secret, how could it not be discovered in the investigation of the top nobles? This kind of organization depended on the importance of the top nobles. If it was important, they would send nobles to infiltrate it. Naturally, that kind of information would not be shared here. David saw the portraits of the other 3 5th-level temple knights of the alliance of forces. He also recognized that Job's 5th-level temple knight was the one who attacked him with Auguste's 5th-level temple knight. It seems that I found the right person. David muttered to himself with the sheepskin book in his hand. Putting away the parchment, he began to think as he ate. After David left the restaurant, he went straight to the planet-level portal. Since he had changed his face, he paid some gold coins and went to Kaya Planet through the portal. Planet Kaya was the political center of a planetary sector. The nobles of the planetary sector all built their castles on the planet, creating an atmosphere where nobles gathered. Kaya Star was similar to Bama Star, but Kaya Star's main city wasn't as prosperous as Bama Star's main city. David appeared in the main city of Kaya. He saw 12 groups of 4 Sky Knights gathered beside the teleportation gate, observing every single person who came out of the gate. David's appearance didn't attract the attention of these level 4 Sky Knight because he had suppressed his aura and only revealed the strength of an official knight. Although the main city of Kaya was on guard, the Temple Knights Auguste and Yaba all believed that they had trapped David on planet Boyo, so they were not too strict with the inspection. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be observing. They would be verifying the identity of everyone who used the planet-level portal. David left the planet-level portal's range. As he walked, he sent his consciousness into his space pendant and connected it to the alchemy map in his Lord-grade spaceship. He set the alchemy map to planet Kaya. The Dennis family had a continent on planet Kaya. If he wanted to go to that continent, he would have to use the Dennis family's portal. Of course, David wouldn't do that. He turned around and walked toward the main city's gate. After leaving the main city, he activated his lightning body and turned into a bolt of lightning. He quickly flew towards the Dennis continent that was named after the Dennis family. After the Dennis family had taken over the Dennis continent, the continent had become a place for the family members to live. Although the Dennis family had many territories on other planets, planet Kaya had the best environment and education resources. Naturally, all the family members with potential would stay on the Dennis continent. David came to the Dennis continent and saw the situation of the large noble family's territories. What was planted in the fields were not ordinary crops, but extremely precious herbs. These herbs were used as raw materials for potions and alchemy. Normally, such precious herbs would need to be grown in an enclosed area, but this continent belonged to the Dennis family. Other than the farmers who grew the herbs, everyone else on the continent belonged to the Dennis family. If you stole the herbs, you wouldn't even be able to sell them. Who would steal them? The shadow attendant flew in the air and observed the situation in front of him. That was the direction of Dennis Castle. It was called a castle, but it was actually a city. It was just that the city was expanding outwards with Dennis Castle as the center. Because of the proper planning, the city was very orderly. David looked at the horizontal and vertical streets through the eyes of the shadow attendant. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought of the people who designed the city. In the great world of God, there weren't many talented city designers. Most of the cities, other than the noble areas, were very messy. However, according to the records in the sheepskin book, it was normal for such a city to appear because there were no civilians in this city. All the members of the Dennis family lived here. At most, there were only a few servants living in the city. Those who served the city lived outside the city. David activated his ability to sneak underground, burrowed into the ground, sneaked into the city from the ground, and sneaked in the direction of Dennis Castle. His goal was clear. It was Augustus's 5th-level temple knight. According to the records, Augustus's fifth-level temple knight would live in the castle most of the time. Arriving outside Dennis Castle, David used the eyes of the shadow attendant to see the majestic castle. In terms of size, this castle was larger than main castle. Of course, the materials used in this castle were only slightly better among the rocks. It was far inferior to main castle, and it was also inferior to the castle that David had just built. Not every noble would find precious minerals in their territory, and they wouldn't use them as building materials because there were so many precious minerals that they couldn't be put on the market. However, from the size of the castle, one could see the ambition of the Dennis family. Although the great world of God did not have a limit on the size of the castle, under normal circumstances, the size of the castle was custom-made. It was not that there were no slightly larger castles, but castles as large as Dennis Castle were rare. David sensed the defense of Dennis Castle. The defensive patterns of the castle were created by the alchemists, but they were of no use to him. Sneaking in from the ground, he completely bypassed the defensive range of the defensive patterns. The shadow attendant walked through every room of Dennis Castle, looking for the main body of Augustus's fifth-level temple knight. The most luxurious castle David had ever seen was Main Castle, and the second was the castle of the Barry family. It was precisely because he was shocked by the luxury of the Barry family's castle that he did the crazy thing of emptying the Barry family's castle. However, the Dennis Castle in front of him was not much different from the Main Castle in terms of luxury. David, who had received an aristocratic education, could not recognize all the artwork here. David didn't care about the materials used in the walls and the ground. The dazzling gold stone he used to build his castle on Gammy was no worse than the materials used in the walls and the ground here. What he was concerned about was the artwork here. The sculptures had a sense of history, and a few of them were drawings he had seen when he was learning about aristocratic knowledge. Many sets of third-grade armor and weapons had corresponding records under them, recording the owner of this set of equipment. Among them were the ancestors of the Dennis family, as well as the spoils of war they had defeated their enemies. There were a large number of oil paintings on the walls, many of which were created by the top painters of the great world of God. This was an art treasure trove, and any piece of art could cause a sensation when taken out. David suppressed the idea of directly putting them all into the space pendant. For the sake of these artworks, he had to try his best to reduce the scope of the battle to the minimum to prevent the artworks here from being destroyed. Of course, if the situation got out of hand, he wouldn't be merciful for these artworks. Then David's attention shifted to the knight here. There were no knights below third-grade Earth Knights here, and he also saw 3 fourth-grade Sky Knights. When the shadow attendant entered the highest floor in the middle of the castle, he saw a very special room, which should be the residence of the 5th-grade Temple Knight Augustus. This room was surrounded by a defensive shield, and there were 2 4th-grade Sky Knight guards standing at the door. To have 2 4th-grade Sky Knights as guards, of course, it was the residence of the 5th-grade Temple Knight Augustus, who was the strongest here. But when the shadow attendant entered the room, David found that it wasn't the 5th-grade Temple Knight Augustus sitting inside, but a middle-aged aristocrat who was looking at the information in his hand. Next to the middle-aged aristocrat, there were many small, long-distance teleportation circles. Papers were constantly being sent over, and the middle-aged aristocrat took them to read, wrote some replies on them, and used the small, long-distance teleportation circles to send the papers away. In front of the middle-aged aristocrat stood a skinny old man, who was wearing clothes that showed that he was the butler. Uncle Augustus still hasn't finished his business? The middle-aged aristocrat saw that the small, long-distance teleportation circles were no longer sending papers, so he stopped what he was doing and asked. "Master," Sir Augustus said that it might take a few more days before he returns. The butler replied with a bow. The task that the Aristocrat Affairs Office fought for still needs to be completed by Uncle Augustus himself. Otherwise, all the early investment will be wasted, the middle-aged aristocrat said helplessly. "Why don't you mention it to Sir Augustus during lunch? Maybe Sir Augustus has been busy recently and forgot about it," the butler suggested. Hearing the conversation, David understood that the butler in Dennis Castle called the master which was the Dennis family's Duke Derek. As for Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight going out for business, it should be his energy doppelganger left on planet Boyo to stop him there. Generally speaking, a level 5 Temple Knight's main body would not be sent out. Usually, they would only send out their energy doppelganger. For example, last time, the 5 feudal lords had sent out their main bodies, and 4 of them had died. This result had put the 4 top nobles at risk of decline. If there was no level 5 Temple Knight in the next few generations, these 4 top nobles might fall from their position as top nobles. When David heard that it was time for lunch, he calculated the time in his mind. It should be about an hour before he arrived. He felt a little strange. He had almost turned the entire Dennis castle upside down, but he still could not find the main body of Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight. Where exactly was this level 5 Knight of Augustus's temple? However, the result should be out soon. David continued to stay in his electric state, hiding underground and waiting. The shadow attendant saw Duke Derek leave the room and walk up the stairs on the side. The shadow attendant followed closely. David was also wondering where Duke Derek was going. This office was already on the top floor of Dennis Castle, and above it was the platform. Was he going to eat on the top floor? Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, Abel saw Duke Derek walk to the top floor and then jump up. Duke Derek was a level 4 Sky Knight, so he did not fall down. Instead, he continued to fly up. When it reached a distance of 50 meters, it disappeared into the void. Luckily, the shadow attendant was following Duke Derek. As soon as Duke Derek disappeared, the shadow attendant also arrived at the place where Duke Derek disappeared. After passing through an alchemy energy shield, David saw a spaceship through the eyes of the shadow attendant. It was no wonder that they couldn't find the body of the 5th ranked Temple Knight, Ogiest, even after searching the entire Dennis Castle. It turned out that there was a spaceship parked above the Dennis Castle, and this spaceship had the effect of invisibility. If he hadn't eavesdropped on the conversation between Duke Derek and the steward, David wouldn't have been able to find the body of the level 5 Temple Knight, no matter how hard he tried. The door of the spaceship opened, and Duke Derek walked in. The door then closed. The shadow servant ignored the cabin door and passed through it, entering the cabin. Derek strengthened the inspection of the portal. Also, send out Sky Knights to patrol the castle 24/7. Don't let anyone sneak into the castle. The level 5 Temple Knight said to Duke Derek, who had just sat down. From the tone of the level 5 Temple Knight, it seemed like his position in the Dennis family was higher than Duke Derek's. He sounded like he was giving orders. Uncle, isn't he just an Earth Knight? Did he really escape from your hands and come here to die? Duke Derek asked in confusion. He could hear the worry in the level 5 Temple Knight's voice, but he didn't understand where this worry came from. My energy avatar fought with Duke Arthur. Although Job and I are both energy avatars, our combined power is not weak. However, we couldn't break through his defense in a short time and let him escape. Now that we have blocked the portal, we can't be sure if he's still on planet Boyo. Be careful. The level 5 Temple Knight shook his head. Chapter 779. The 2 leaders of the Dennis family didn't know that the person they were talking about was eavesdropping on them. Uncle, I'll arrange it. Duke Derek replied solemnly. A servant brought in the food, and the 2 stopped talking and started eating. At this time, David also came to the surface from the underground. Using the lightning body state, he quickly moved through the castle. His previous caution was only because he was worried about the main body of the 5th ranked Temple Knight in the castle. He didn't want to alert the enemy, but now that he knew the location of the 5th ranked Temple Knight, he no longer had any misgivings. David released his power of will, and everything within a kilometer was covered by his power of will. This allowed him to sense the movements of anyone in the castle. From the first floor to the top floor, he arrived at the platform on the top floor. Without any hesitation, he flew up. It was noon, and under the sunlight, a weak electric light didn't attract anyone's attention. Only the 5th ranked Temple Knight, Ogiest, who was having his meal, suddenly stopped moving his knife. The fifth-level knight of the Augustus Temple sneered when he saw the lightning bolt. He didn't know what ability it was, but it must be Duke Arthur to be able to sneak in and appear here at this time. According to the information, Duke Arthur had escaped from powerful figures many times. Even when he and the fifth-level knight of the Yaba Temple attacked at the same time, Duke Arthur still managed to escape. Seeing the lightning bolt, the fifth-level knight of the Augustus Temple understood why Duke Arthur could escape from powerful figures so many times. With such a strange ability, it was indeed difficult to be discovered. However, since Duke Arthur was discovered, Duke Arthur couldn't escape. The fifth-level knight of the Augustus Temple, who had experienced countless life and death battles, didn't believe that Duke Arthur could kill him when he couldn't sneak attack him. Not only would he not be able to kill Duke Arthur, but he would also be able to kill Duke Arthur when he got close to Duke Arthur. Duke Derek saw the look on the face of the level 5 knight, and he was about to ask, but the level 5 knight waved his hand to stop him. David, who was rapidly approaching the invisible spaceship, also had a sneer on his face. How could he not know what the fifth-level knight was thinking? The shadow attendant was standing beside the fifth-level knight, and David could also see the expression on his face. David arrived outside the energy shield of the spaceship. The lightning body couldn't break through the energy shield. Of course, if he attacked with all his strength, it wouldn't take long for him to break it. But he didn't want to do that, as it would alarm the people below. Before he could deal with Augustus, the fifth-level temple knight, he didn't want to expose too much of his ability. David pulled out the space energy from the transcendent stiletto on his calf and activated the space dash ability. In a flash, he arrived inside the spaceship. "Protect yourself," the fifth-level knight of Augustus ordered. His figure flashed, and he was about to rush towards the lightning that had just appeared. But just as the fifth-level knight of Augustus was about to move, he was surrounded. The shadow attendant immediately summoned Harlow, Mike, Bayer, and Harry, the 4 fifth-level knights of Augustus. They surrounded the fifth-level knight of Augustus and sandwiched him in the middle. Under normal circumstances, such an opportunity wouldn't have appeared, but the shadow attendant was always beside the fifth-level knight of Augustus, and he was ready to summon the 4 fifth-level knights of Augustus. The fifth-level knight of Augustus grabbed the right hand of the fifth-level knight of Augustus. Together with the fifth-level light longsword that the fifth-level knight of Augustus had just taken out from a space object, he was controlled. The fifth-level knight of Mike grabbed the left hand of the fifth-level knight of Augustus. The fifth-level knight of Bayer controlled the left leg of the fifth-level knight of Augustus. The fifth-level knight of Harry controlled the right leg of the fifth-level knight of Augustus. This wasn't a battle at all. It was more like they were using numbers to force their way through. The fifth-level knight of Augustus had set his target on David and didn't notice the appearance of the 4 fifth-level knights of Augustus in time. This caused him to be controlled in an instant. Originally, the fifth-level knight of Augustus could still resist, but the 4 fifth-level knights of Augustus only used one hand to control the fifth-level knight of Augustus. The other hand was already prepared to attack. They used a black glove to form a fist and heavily hit the body of the fifth-level knight of Augustus. The material of the black armor was comparable to a material of the 5th rank, and the attacks were all from the body of a temple knight of the 5th rank. The power of the attacks was enormous, and the 5th rank temple knight, Ogiest, was stunned for a while. Duke Derek was stunned by the sudden appearance of the 4th level and 5th level knights of Augustus. However, when he saw the 5th level knight of Augustus being controlled and attacked, he immediately reacted. A 4th level armor appeared on his body, and a 5th level light longsword appeared in his hand. He then charged towards the 5th level knight of Augustus. He was very clear that his only chance of survival was to save the 5th level knight of Augustus. Of course, he also understood that with his current strength, there was no way he could save the 5th level knight of Augustus. However, he hoped that the 5th level light longsword in his hand could make any of the 4 5th level knights of Augustus feel threatened. As long as the 5th level knight of Augustus showed a flaw, the 5th level knight of Augustus would have a chance to escape. This possibility was very low, but Duke Derek had no other choice. A figure appeared in front of Duke Derek. It was also a 4th-level Knight of Augustus, but there was no weapon in his hand. It was David who stood in front of Duke Derek. David looked at Duke Derek's 5th-level light longsword, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. In his eyes, Duke Derek's sword was very slow. It didn't look like the strength of a 4th-level Sky Knight at all. It wasn't that Duke Derek was weak, but that David's strength had increased too quickly. He had long surpassed the strength of a 4th-level Sky Knight. David stretched out his hand and grabbed Duke Derek's wrist, which was holding the sword. He then slid behind Duke Derek and clasped Duke Derek's head with his other hand, twisting it backwards. As a cracking sound echoed out, Duke Derek's neck was broken, and his body fell weakly on the ground. David casually took the 5th-level light longsword from Duke Derek's hand. He then turned around and charged towards the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus. He held the 5th-level light longsword in front of him and held the sword handle with his other hand. In the Grandmaster level Knight inherited sword skills, this was the inherited sword skill of the top-level Noble Burger family. It focused all of the force of impact on the tip of the sword to break through armor. This move could break through a higher level of defense with a lower-level weapon. The 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus was wearing a 5th-level Knight's armor. If David just stabbed him normally, even if it was a 5th-level light longsword, it would be very difficult to cause fatal damage to him. Although the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus was stunned by the 4 5th-level Temple Knights of Augustus, his body was instinctively activating the power of the blood to protect himself. The 5th-level Knight's armor was indeed very powerful. Although it wasn't as powerful as the black armor worn by the 4 top-level nobles, it wasn't much different. The 4 5th-level Temple Knights hammered with their fists, which was a kind of armor-breaking technique. This kind of attack could shake the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus's body and make him unable to fight back for a short period of time. David didn't dare to give the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus any chance to fight back. He didn't even want to see the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus's dying strike. That was why he asked the 4 5th-level Temple Knights to use this kind of method to restrain the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus's attack. The 5th-level light longsword carried a terrifying power. For a moment, the air in the cabin was tumbling, and the items around the table were blown away. With a scalp-numbing sound of friction, the 5th-level light longsword pierced through the breastplate of the 5th-level Knight's armor. With David's strength equivalent to a 5th-level Temple Knight, the 5th-level light longsword broke through the 5th-level Knight's armor and continued to break the little bit of power of the bloodline mobilized by the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus's 5th-level Temple Knight's heart. The 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He was a 5th-level Temple Knight, the most powerful existence in the great world of God. How could he die in such a cowardly manner, defeated by the fighting style of street thugs? Yes, although it was 4 5th-level Temple Knights who attacked, their fighting style was indeed not the orthodox fighting style of a knight, just like street thugs. However, the battle was still over. The process was not important, but the result was. The 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus's heart was pierced, and his body was quickly losing strength. After the shadow attendant absorbed Duke Derek's soul, it came above his body. Then David felt a soul energy being absorbed by the shadow attendant. Without any hesitation, David put the body of the 5th-level Temple Knight of Augustus's body into the dimensional pendant. Because the dimensional pendant's level was very high, he didn't even need to take off the dimensional ring first. David also put the body of Duke Derek in the dimensional pendant. The battle, just now, from the beginning to the end, only took 2 seconds. Because of the loud noise, the servants were alerted and came to check. When the servant saw the scene in the room and was about to scream, his head was directly twisted off by the power of the void. Not only this servant, but all the people of the Dennis family in the spaceship were killed by David's spirit. These servants, who had no fighting power, were as weak as babies in front of a 5th-level spirit. David's spirit could cover 1,000 meters. so he could easily reach every corner of the spaceship. His spirit found the largest and most luxurious room, which should be the room of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus. In the room, David found the control panel of the spaceship. Having a Grandmaster Alchemist standing in front of it meant that the owner of the spaceship could be changed at will. Planet Boyo. The energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus and the energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba stood in the air and observed the situation of the planet-level portal below. The 6 Earth Knights were dutifully checking every noble who used the portal. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba suddenly felt that something was wrong. The energy of the energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus beside him was undergoing a terrifying change. As a fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba, the fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba naturally knew what was happening. Only when the fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba was in trouble would the energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba become unstable. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba asked with concern, "What happened, Augustus?" It was at this moment that the energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus began to turn transparent. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba tensed up. The energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus used up the last of their energy and said, "Save my family." After the energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus said those words, the energy within the avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus scattered, and a portal ring fell from the sky. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba didn't even care about the portal ring. He just stared blankly at where the energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus disappeared. The dissipation of the energy avatars of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus of Yaba's life had come to an end. Recalling the words of the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus of Yaba, the meaning was clear. The Dennis family was under attack. The question was, who would attack the Dennis family while the main body of a fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba was left behind? To be able to kill the main body of a fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba in such a short time, the Dennis family naturally had no way to resist. It's Duke Arthur. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba suddenly understood who had killed the fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus of Yaba, although he found it hard to believe. The fifth-level Temple Knight of Augustus of Yaba had been killed. Even at the moment of his death, he clearly believed that the person who killed him wouldn't let his family off. In a great world of God, there weren't many people who could commit massacres. This wasn't to say that the nobles of the great world of God were merciful. It was just that the nobles of the great world of God didn't want to waste resources. After killing the guardian knight of Yaba, the remaining people could easily transfer all the wealth of the nobles to their own family. At the same time, they could also recruit some people under their command. Of course, another reason was faith. Gods didn't like their followers being killed in large numbers, so the nobles rarely committed massacres. But from what the fifth-level Temple Knight of Yaba knew, Duke Arthur was someone who liked to exterminate families to prevent future troubles. It seemed like Duke Arthur was very greedy, but this kind of greed was very low level in the eyes of big nobles. Duke Arthur destroyed the Barry family, but he only took away the wealth of the Barry castle. The real wealth of the Barry family was their business. Chapter 780. Sir Knight of the Holy Temple. The 6th-level 4 Sky Knights guarding the teleportation gate of Boyo City also noticed that something was wrong, and the captain called out to the level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple. Return to the family immediately and inform the Lyle family and the Jose family. Ask the Armand Holy Temple Knight and the Anselm Holy Temple Knight to come to my family's castle. We have something important to discuss. The energy clone of the level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple woke up and quickly ordered. He picked up the dimension ring on the ground, and the team of knights quickly disappeared into the teleportation gate. Boyo Planet returned to its peaceful state. The level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple didn't go to the Dennis family. He didn't even have the thought of doing so. Without knowing the situation, the level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple didn't even dare to guarantee his own safety. He didn't dare to go to the Dennis family rashly. He was also glad that Duke Arthur didn't choose the Cotton family as his first target. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now. The level 5 knight of the Holy Temple needed to wait for news from the Dennis family before making the appropriate decision. Of course, the most important thing was to scatter everyone in the family so that they wouldn't be caught in one fell swoop. David didn't expect the level 5 knight of the Holy Temple on a distant planet to be able to guess the situation right after he killed the level 5 knight of the Holy Temple here. The level 5 knight of the Holy Temple was now David. David deactivated the invisibility of the spaceship, got out of the spaceship, and stored it in his dimensional pendant. The spaceship that had suddenly appeared and disappeared above the Dennis castle, and David and the 4 rank 5 temple knights were floating in the sky. Naturally, they had attracted the attention of the knights of the Dennis family. From all over the city below, nearly 20 rank 4 sky knights rose into the sky and flew towards David. David didn't order the 4 level 5 sky knight of the Holy Temple. He just stood in the air and waited for the 20 level 4 knight of the Holy Temple to come closer. After he decided to make a move, he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Before the level 4 sky knight approached, David turned his head and ordered the level 5 temple knight Harlow. Harlow, go control the portal. Harlow's figure flashed as a level 5 temple knight. Using a speed faster than a level 4 sky knight, Harlow's target was the portal of the Dennis family. Be careful, it's a temple knight, a level 4 sky knight cried out. The 20 or so rank 4 sky knights didn't forcefully charge over. Instead, they formed a knight battle formation in the air, and only then did they slowly approach in their knight battle formation. Their gazes fell on the 3 5th rank temple knights. The majority of the 4th rank sky knight guessed what had happened, and their faces were filled with shock. It was obvious that a level 4 sky knight had a higher status. He bowed in the knight battle formation and asked, "Your Excellency, may I know how the Dennis family has offended you? Can you tell us?" "You don't need to know. All of you die," David replied in a deep voice. His mind swept through the space pendant, and 96 black spears appeared around him. Then, the black spears shot towards the level 4 sky knight battle formation. "You're a follower of an evil god." The level 4 sky knight couldn't help but cry out when he saw David's attack. However, he didn't understand how an evil god follower could act together with a level 5 temple knight. If this matter were to spread, it would shock the entire great world of God. David smiled coldly. This was one of the reasons why he didn't leave anyone alive every time he took action. When he was weak, exposing his ability would lead to a fatal disaster. Even now, he had a certain amount of ability to protect himself, but his ability couldn't be exposed. This was because the great world of God had more powerful shrines. Although David's relationship with the shrines was very good, if he was suspected of being related to an evil god, the shrines wouldn't care at all. Even if he had nothing to do with an evil god, he couldn't withstand the interrogation of the shrines. David still remembered that the god of plague Gladstone had placed him in the order of attack during the battle. In his opinion, the most likely possibility was that he had some kind of divine characteristic that the god of plague Gladstone had misunderstood. Since the god of plague Gladstone could see it, then when he was interrogated by the shrines would most likely discover his uniqueness as well. David knew his own situation well. Unlike those in his soul space, just his battle angel skeleton alone would definitely not be able to withstand inspection. Of course, there was another reason why he didn't leave anyone alive, and that was soul energy. David didn't deny this point. Since they were enemies, then he wouldn't leave anyone alive. He could obtain more soul energy and protect the Luce family. For example, in the Dennis family, if any level 4 sky knight escaped, they could kill the rest of the Luce family. "Evil god follower," David said coldly as he watched the black spear collide with the blood power shield of the knight's battle formation. Since the other party said so, he had no more scruples. After all, using the mind to control the black spear was already considered an evil god follower, so it didn't matter if he had more abilities. David activated the mutated lightning talent ability and transferred the lightning from the lightning pattern into the mutated lightning pattern. He drew with his mind. A bolt of lightning rushed towards the knight's battle formation. The mutated lightning wasn't very powerful. Although it had the lightning talent and the lightning body talent, the power of the mutated lightning wasn't enough to threaten a level 4 Sky Knight. At most, it could cause a level 4 Sky Knight to be paralyzed for a moment. But this was exactly what David wanted. The characteristic of the mutated lightning was its penetrative ability. Even the defensive barrier of the bloodline power, and even the rank 3 Knight armor on the body of a rank 4 Sky Knight, could not block the mutated lightning. David had the Grandmaster level Knight's battle formation knowledge, so he could see the nodes of the Knight's battle formation at a glance. The mutated lightning was attacking the level 4 Sky Knight at the node. The white mutated lightning was extremely fast, but it didn't attract much attention among the 96 black spears. Also, the level 4 Sky Knight was still getting used to David's strange attack method, so they mainly used the defensive Knight's battle formation, so their movement speed wasn't fast. The mutated lightning flashed and entered the blood power shield. Then, it flashed again and entered the level 4 Sky Knight skin at the node. If the power of the mutated lightning could reach level 4, then this mutated supernatural ability would be an absolute killer. Although the power of the mutated lightning wasn't what it was supposed to be, it still showed its worth. The level 4 Sky Knight at the node was instantly paralyzed. His movements froze, and this momentary mistake caused the entire Knight's battle formation to collapse. It had to be known that it didn't matter if the other level 4 Knight in the Sky Knight's battle formation made a mistake, but if the level 4 Sky Knight at the node made a mistake, then the Knight's battle formation wouldn't be able to maintain stability. The blood power of nearly 20 level 4 Sky Knights gathered together. The core of the Knight's battle formation couldn't make any mistakes, and the level 4 Sky Knight at the node was this core. 96 black spears shot into the group of level 4 Sky Knights when the Knight's battle formation collapsed. Each black spear was controlled by a soul avatar using the Grandmaster level lance riding technique. These 96 black spears didn't attack randomly, but attacked in the same way as the Knight's battle formation. Of course, since the black spears controlled by the soul avatar didn't have the blood power, the Knight's battle formation only had the basic coordination and didn't have any additional power. But even so, the impact of the 96 black spears had caused nearly 20 rank 4 Sky Knights to lose their ability to defend. After losing the Knight's battle formation, each of the black spears under the control of the rank 5 mind had the power of a rank 4 Sky Knight. Under the full power attack of the 96 black spears, the level 4 Sky Knights couldn't reorganize into the Knight's battle formation. The level 4 Sky Knights in the sky fell one by one. Even if the level 4 Sky Knights and their mounts were pierced by the black spears, it would still be fatal. David didn't let the 3 level 5 Temple Knights attack because he wanted to test his own combat ability. He was very satisfied with the result. Kill everyone. David released the 15 level 4 Sky Knights and ordered indifferently. The 20 level 4 Sky Knights were all killed. At this time, the defense of Dennis Castle and the outer city was completely lost. The 15 level 4 Sky Knights scattered and flew to the ground on their flying mounts. The Shadow Attendant absorbed the souls of all the Sky Knights of the Dennis family and collected their corpses. The corpses of the Sky Knights who had lost their flying mounts weren't very useful. David couldn't get so many flying mounts in such a short time, and he didn't have the time to let the Sky Knights slowly cultivate them. Of course, he still collected the corpses. He still had an innate ability called corpse control. When needed, these corpses could be used as a one-time attack. The 3 level 5 Temple Knights spread out and surrounded the entire city in the sky. They didn't participate in the massacre, but with them here, no one could escape. David didn't care about what was happening outside. His figure descended and arrived at the top floor of Dennis Castle. This time, he didn't fight by himself. Instead, he gave the Shadow Attendant an order. The shadow attendant's figure constantly flashed and moved within a kilometer radius with Abel as the center. When it encountered a level 3 Earth Knight, the shadow attendant would release the assassin mantis puppet to help it kill the enemy faster. David calmly began to collect the art in Dennis Castle. With the experience of the Barry family's castle, he was even more skilled this time. Within the range of his will, the collection of the Dennis family for generations disappeared from the castle and appeared in his portal pendant. With his own castle, David's demand for art naturally increased. It wasn't just art. Almost everything valuable was put into his portal pendant. From the top floor of Dennis Castle to the basement, and from the basement to the entrance of the first floor, the entire Dennis Castle had completely changed. All the decorations inside and outside the huge castle had disappeared, revealing the foundation of the rock. If it wasn't for the fact that David didn't care about these precious stones, this castle that had been passed down for countless years would have disappeared completely. David was a little disappointed with the Dennis family's treasury. The family treasury was mainly filled with training resources. A large number of top-level krypton crystals and strengthened meat were all stored in portal items. There were a lot of them, but there weren't a lot of low-level resources. In the treasury, Abel found a level 5 knight's armor and more than 30 sets of level 4 knight's armor and heavy swords. To be honest, a level 5 knight's armor alone was worth the sum of all the treasures he had plundered from the Barry family's castle. However, David always felt that the amount of wealth here didn't match the reputation of the Dennis family. There was no alchemy material storage, no level material storage, and no divine gold storage. However, David's looting wasn't over yet. The city outside the castle was also owned by the Dennis family. At this time, the whole city was dead silent. For level 5 temple knights were cleaning up the battlefield, using their senses to look for people who might be hiding. With a level 5 temple knight, unless the enemy had a level 5 will or was a level 5 temple knight, there was no way they could hide in front of a level 5 temple knight. David didn't hold back. He was attacked by August, a level 5 temple knight. He destroyed the Dennis family, so it was natural for him to take the spoils of war. He scanned the city with his will, and he could find anything valuable within a kilometer radius. Soon, David understood why the Dennis family didn't store any alchemy materials, level materials, divine gold, or any other resources that normal families would store in the castle. At the back of the castle, there was a row of warehouses that were more than 10 times larger than the other buildings. When David came here and scanned with his will, he found all kinds of materials piled up in the warehouse. There were alchemy materials, forging materials, and almost all of them were very valuable. He also found the divine gold storage. There were 100,000 space treasure chests neatly stacked, which made him a little dizzy. There were a total of 1 billion divine gold coins. The great world of God's divine gold coins were not normal money. They were gold coins issued by the Shrines of Wealth, which were only used for large-scale transactions or transactions between nobles. Normally, 10,000 divine gold coins were a lot of wealth. The 1 billion divine gold coins here made David realize how poor he was. Perhaps this was the real foundation of the great nobles. The Dennis family didn't put the materials and divine gold coins in the castle because there were too many of them. Even if the Dennis castle was bigger than the castles of normal nobles, it couldn't meet the storage requirements. In addition, the Dennis continent was the exclusive territory of the Dennis family, especially the city next to the castle, where the family members lived. It was safe enough to store such a large amount of materials. Fortunately, the space inside David's space pendant was large enough. He kept collecting and emptying the whole row of warehouses. Chapter 781. There was a huge horse farm next to the city. David scanned the horse farm with his power of will, and he immediately descended. This horse farm should be where the Dennis family bred their war horses. War horses and whatnot didn't attract David's attention. He already had his own war horse, Little Flower, and it was an exquisite war horse. However, there was a warehouse in this horse farm that caught his attention. He came to the warehouse and casually pushed the door open. The horse farm was also within the scope of the previous cleanup, so there were no living people here. Naturally, no one came to stop David. The alchemy pattern on the door of the warehouse couldn't stop David either. For a grandmaster alchemist like him, he didn't even have to try to crack it. He just pressed his hand, and the grandmaster alchemy pattern in his body flashed, and the defensive pattern on the door was cracked. Inside the warehouse, there were 2 magic circles set up. There was an egg in the middle of each circle. David was attracted by this magic circle because it was a life-sustaining circle. It was designed to keep special flying bird eggs alive. A level 4 Sky Knight's flying mount would come from the descendants of the family's flying mount. However, the family's flying mount was already a transcendent creature, and a very high-level transcendent creature. The more powerful a creature was, the harder it was for it to have offspring. Therefore, the chances of a flying mount giving birth to offspring were very low. Even if a flying mount gave birth to an offspring, it would still be very difficult for the egg to recognize an owner before it hatched. This was because no one could tell when a level 4 Sky Knight would become a level 4. Normally, an egg would have an incubation time. If it didn't hatch within a certain time, it would become a dead egg and lose its value. The bracelet circle was researched under such circumstances. The bracelet circle converted the energy of krypton crystals into special energy that could be absorbed by the egg, so the incubation time of the egg would be extended. However, the alchemy materials needed to set up the bracelet circle were very precious. David had only seen them in the inheritance illusion of the knowledge ball. David didn't think that a flying mount egg that could be preserved with a bracelet circle was an ordinary flying mount egg. For a big noble family like the Dennis family, it was very easy for them to buy a flying mount. The great world of God was incomparably vast. Although the probability of a flying mount producing offspring was low, if placed in the entire great world of God, the number of flying mount eggs was not small. At the very least, it was enough to supply the consumption of a level 4 Sky Knight. David scanned the 2 flying mount eggs with his mind power. One was big, and the other was small. He looked at the smaller flying mount egg. Although it was small, this flying mount egg was about the same size as the flying mount eggs in his memory. It was just smaller than the other flying mount egg. Since David was preparing to buy a flying mount, he had specially learned about flying mounts. In the spaceship that Lord Gould had given him, there were detailed flying mount knowledge books in the study room. Flying mounts were not made of ordinary flying bird eggs. Only those with a transcendent bloodline could be called a flying mount egg. In the wild, only transcendent flying birds had a certain probability of laying such a flying mount egg. A flying mount egg that had been modified by the bloodline power would definitely be able to be used by a level 4 Sky Knight. David looked at the small, flying mount egg. From its snow-white shell and some other characteristics, he could tell that it was a snow falcon egg. Snow falcons were extremely rare among flying mounts because they only lived in extremely cold environments. Their numbers were naturally low, and it was even more difficult to find a transcendent snow falcon among them. Because extremely cold environments were not suitable for humans to live in, snow falcons were also very difficult to reproduce. This made snow falcons a rare flying mount, and their value was very high. David was a little tempted. Snow falcons were like sports cars among cars. Although they were not as good as supercars, they were still much better than ordinary flying mounts. He then looked at another flying mount egg that was slightly bigger. When he saw this flying mount egg, he was slightly taken aback. The life force in this flying mount egg was very weak. If it weren't for the bracelet circle, this flying mount egg would probably be dead already. Logically speaking, this flying mount egg should have been abandoned. Why was it still in the bracelet circle? Inside the Dennis family's nurturing warehouse, there were only 2 nightmare circles. David couldn't help but pay attention to the fact that this flying mount egg was occupying one of the nightmare circles. David kept looking for information about flying mounts in his mind. He compared all the types of flying mounts he knew, but he couldn't find any that was similar to this flying mount egg in front of him. This egg was completely black. Although its life force was weak, He could tell from its aura that this was a transcendent flying mount egg. David was a little hesitant. To be honest, a snow falcon egg was a very good flying mount for him. With his background, even if he wanted to buy one, he could only buy a flying mount egg like a golden eagle or a bald eagle, and that would be the best result. Some level 4 Sky Knight could spend years waiting for a flying mount they were satisfied with. David didn't believe that he would be lucky enough to buy a top-level flying mount egg. The rarity of snow falcons, coupled with the possibility of having an innate ability similar to ice control, made it the ultimate goal of most level 4 Sky Knights to have a snow falcon as a flying mount. Of course, David didn't care about the snow falcon's ability to control ice. Even if the snow falcon hatched from the contract didn't have the ability to control ice, it would only affect level 2 combat power. There were only two things that knights required from their mounts. One was speed, and the other was vitality. Speed was what a knight needed from a flying mount to make up for their own shortcomings. Life force was why a knight would sign a life-sharing contract with a flying mount. This was the second life of a knight. As for the combat power of a flying mount, if a knight needed a flying mount in battle, then the knight wasn't qualified to be called a knight. David looked at the black flying mount egg. He wasn't going to choose the snow falcon. Instead, he was more interested in the black flying mount egg. When he saw the black flying mount egg, he vaguely felt the same familiarity he had when he first saw the warhorse Little Blossom. It was as if the black flying mount egg had the same bloodline as the shadow leopard. To be honest, David didn't have high requirements for a flying mount. His flying speed was already very fast. Even a level 4 Sky Knight riding a flying mount couldn't compare with his flying speed. He only needed a flying mount because he didn't want to stand out too much. In the great world of God, only a knight with a flying mount could be considered a true Sky Knight. Plus, whether it was flying with spirit or wings, it couldn't be easily exposed. Since he felt something for the black flying mount egg, David didn't hesitate any longer. He took out his level 5 light longsword and made a light cut on his finger. He used his blood as ink and mixed it with a strand of undying life force to draw a life-sharing contract on the black flying mount egg. This was a life-sharing contract that used the bloodline power in his blood as the energy, blood as the chain, and undying life force to draw it. Transcendent birds were arrogant. Most transcendent birds wouldn't be bound by the contract even if they died. Only when they were still in the egg state would the transcendent bird's resistance be at its weakest. Even in the form of a flying mount egg, the life-sharing contract wasn't 100% successful. Every time it failed, it would be more difficult to sign the contract the next time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if a knight couldn't sign a life-sharing contract with a flying mount egg, they wouldn't try a second time. Too many attempts would damage the flying mount egg and affect other knights signing life-sharing contracts. David was a little suspicious. Maybe this black flying mount egg had been tested by many knights before, which was why it had such a weak life force. He wasn't worried about the weak life force. He only needed a strand of undying life force to increase the life force of the black flying mount egg and recover its vitality. The blood-red life-sharing contract rune remained on the black flying mount egg for 3 seconds before disappearing into the egg. David was overjoyed. This was because the black flying mount egg had accepted the life-sharing contract. Soon, he felt a weak soul connecting with his soul. He didn't know if the black flying mount egg had signed a life-sharing contract with him because of the undying life force, or because it had the same feeling of intimacy with him. But now that the life-sharing contract had been formed, no matter what kind of flying mount the egg hatched, it would be his flying mount. David injected some more undying life force into the black flying mount egg to strengthen its life force. After sensing that the black flying mount egg was in excellent condition, he took it out of the bracelet circle. He activated his bloodline power and carefully injected a strand of bloodline power into the black flying mount egg. Because of the life-sharing contract, as long as David didn't want to hurt his flying mount, any damage caused by the bloodline power would be borne by David himself. This was just the beginning. After the flying mount hatched, as it slowly grew, David's bloodline power would be fully accepted and integrated with the flying mount. By then, David's bloodline power would no longer hurt the flying mount. It would only strengthen it. The bloodline power of a LV4 Sky Knight would directly affect the body of a flying mount, especially when the flying mount was growing up. It was enough to make the flying mount's physical strength not lower than LV3. Only when it reached adulthood could it cooperate with an LV4 Sky Knight and participate in an LV4 battle. David put the black flying mount egg into his summoning ring. When he got back, he would set up an incubation circle and provide a bit of bloodline power every day to wait for the egg to hatch. As for the other snow falcon egg, he didn't let it go either. He put into his summoning ring and removed the 2 bracelet circles, putting them into his portal pendant. This was the foundation of the nobles. With the bracelet circle, as soon as a rank 4 Sky Knight appeared in the family, they would immediately have a flying mount egg. This was especially true when they bought or obtained an exquisite flying mount egg. They could keep it until the rank 4 Sky Knight advanced. David didn't know what the black flying mount egg was, nor did he know how lucky he was. Although the flying mount was a rank 4 Sky Knight's mount. In fact, if there was a super talented flying mount, a rank 5 Knight would continue to use it. The black flying mount egg was obtained by the rank 5 Temple Knight OGist of the Dennis family during a mission to encircle and annihilate the followers of an evil god. At that time, the egg was used as an offering to the gods, but at the last moment, it was stopped by the rank 5 Temple Knight OGist. The rank 5 Temple Knight OGist who obtained the black flying mount egg also didn't know what it was, but he was very clear that it wasn't simple. Something that could be used as an offering to the gods by the followers of an evil god could only be an extremely valuable and special treasure. The rank 5 Temple Knight OGist took the black egg back to the family and left it in the bracelet circle here. According to the guess of the rank 5 Temple Knight OGist, the creature in the black egg should be an ancient life form that had been preserved to this day through some method. After that, many rank 4 Sky Knights of the Dennis family tried to sign a life-sharing contract with it, but they all failed. This was why the black flying mount egg's life force was so low, but the more it was like this, the more precious this egg was. Even if the black flying mount egg was close to death, the Dennis family was not willing to give it up. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they didn't plan to give it up. If it really was an ancient life form, once a life-sharing contract was signed, it was very likely to have a flying mount with ancient special abilities. David finally came to the portal door. This was a large portal. Although it was not as big as a planetary portal, it was second only to one. According to the requirements of the shrines, only one planetary portal could be built on each planet. The rest of the portals needed to be exchanged with the shrines. This exchange required qualifications and merits. David now had both qualifications and merits, but if he could get it for free, how could he let it go? The process of dismantling the large portal door was very easy. After more than 10 minutes, the large portal door was turned into components that were stored in David's space pendant. When David took to the air and left, not only was there no one alive in the entire Dennis castle and the surrounding cities, even the valuable items had been taken away. The Dennis family's countless generations of accumulation had been completely lost in a short period of time. Chapter 782. David flew out of the Dennis continent and looked at the alchemy map above the ocean. This alchemy map came from Dennis Castle. His second target was the Cotton family, which was a level 5 Temple Knight. Similar to the Dennis family, the Kaya Star also had a continent named after the Cotton family, which was the territory of the Cotton family on Kaya Star. The Yaba level 5 Temple Knight was his direct enemy, so David didn't plan on letting the Cotton family go. There were 5 continents on Kaya Star. Aside from the main one, the other 4 were the territories of the 4 level 5 Temple Knights families. This wasn't a coincidence. The territories on Kaya Star were slowly taken over countless years by the 4 noble families using the influence of the Union. During this time, they used all sorts of methods, both overtly and covertly, to drive away the original nobles on their own continents. In the end, a noble family took over a continent. This was a process that most ambitious noble families had to go through. If a noble family wanted to become a top noble, they needed to expand their territory. The way to get a territory was to use merit points to exchange with the shrines or to buy it from other nobles in private. Buying from other nobles wasn't something that the shrine supported, but if the territory was actually owned by the buyer for more than a few generations, the shrines would tacitly agree with the ownership of the territory. Any dispute over territory wouldn't be resolved in a short period of time. A noble family wouldn't be able to get a stable territory without a few generations of prosperity. The reason why the Union had become enemies with David and targeted David was because of the ownership of planet Gammy. Just thinking about how difficult it was for them to get full ownership of a continent was enough to imagine how attractive planet Gammy, which only had 2 usable continents, was to them. If it wasn't for the fact that Lord Gould of the Main family and Annabella Shrines of the War Knight had helped David obtain the ownership of the first and second continents, and David had saved the face of the War Shrines and exchanged his merit points for the other 4 desert continents, it was very likely that the Union would have used their merit points to exchange for planet Gammy first. Not only the alliance of forces, but there were also many aristocrats who had their eyes on the Giammi star. However, the Knight of the Annabella Temple helped David. The shrines did not care about these nobles who wanted to exchange their territories. The Knight of the Annabella Temple was an oracle and one who was highly valued by the god of war. No one wanted to offend her, whether it was the shrines of war or the other shrines. As a knight of the shrines, Annabella did not have the authority to make any requests. Since it was rare for her to make such a request, the shrines naturally would not refuse. David saw the cotton continent. He activated his lightning body and fused it with a bolt of lightning from the lightning pattern. He sneaked into the cotton continent in lightning form. Unlike the Dennis family, the cotton family was open to the use of the continent. The continent had a large population and many cities. David's target was very direct, which was the main castle of the Cotton family. The alchemy map he got from the Dennis family was very accurate, so David found the Cotton Castle without much trouble. The Cotton Castle was also surrounded by a city, but this city was much bigger than the one where the Dennis family members gathered. David used the same method as before. He used the talent ability Underground Sneak and approached Cotton Castle from underground with Lightning Body. Afterward, he used the Shadow Attendant to enter the castle and find out where the main body of the Yaba Temple Knight was. David was 10 meters underground outside the castle. His mind entered the Shadow Attendant's body, and the Shadow Attendant went through the outer wall of the castle and entered the castle. Soon, he realized something was wrong. There was not a single high-level knight in the castle. There were only servants and low-level knights, not to mention the presence of the main body of the Yaba Temple Knight. David also realized that the treasury of the castle was empty. Everything was taken. He had never encountered a situation like this before. The Cotton family actually left the main castle and only left behind low-level knight and servants. David did not disturb the people in the castle. He quietly left and went to the Ryle continent of the Ryle family. After that, he went to the Jose continent of the Jose family. In the end, he realized that the main castles of these families were all empty except for a few unimportant people. The powerful knight, as well as the important assets, were all gone. Just as David was running around looking for his target, 3 rank 4 Sky Knights arrived on top of the Dennis Castle on 3 Lightning Falcons. Lightning Falcons were similar to Snow Falcons in terms of flying mounts. They were even more valuable than Snow Falcons. They were one of the fastest flying mounts. These 3 rank 4 Sky Knights belonged to the Cotton family, the Lyle family, and the Jose family respectively. They were 3 of the 4 major noble families in the Union. They were ordered to investigate because they were rank 4 Sky Knights. They were the fastest of the 3. It's so quiet. The rank 4 Sky Knight of the Cotton family said softly. The originally bustling city was now dead silent. Corpses could be seen everywhere. It seems that he left. The rank 4 Sky Knight of the Lyle family said with a sigh of relief. They immediately set out to investigate after receiving the order, but they were always worried about whether they would encounter Duke Arthur. Duke Arthur was able to kill the rank 5 Temple Knight in an instant. If they encountered him, they would not be able to survive. Along the way, although the 3 rank 4 Sky Knights were riding lightning falcons, they still deliberately slowed down and took a while to arrive. "Let's go down," the rank 4 Sky Knight of the Jose family said in a deep voice. The 3 rank 4 Sky Knights descended. Although they had guessed it when they saw the situation on the ground, their faces were still ugly. They had all seen dead people before. Although there were many corpses this time, it was not the main reason for their ugly faces. The reason for their ugly faces was because this was caused by their enemy. Their family would most likely encounter the same result. They sped up and headed towards Dennis Castle. When they saw Dennis Castle, they could not believe their eyes. When they were in the sky, they could not see the details of the castle, but when they got closer, they saw the details of the castle. Was this still the castle that represented the glory of the Dennis family? The statues that represented the glory of the castle had all disappeared. The pair of gates covered with alchemy patterns had also disappeared. When they walked into the castle, it looked like it had not been renovated. The original color of the rocks was exposed, showing the 3 rank 4 Sky Knight what had happened to the castle. "I need to report to the family." The rank 4 Sky Knight of the Cotton family did not continue to investigate. He said impatiently. The other 2 rank 4 Sky Knight also took out a communications circle from their space rings. They also needed to report what had happened. The rumors were true. Duke Arthur had the same personality as the legendary giant dragon. The 3 rank 4 Sky Knight had never seen a duke that was greedy to this extent. The scene in front of them was beyond the limits of their imagination. In a castle on planet Obu, a rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, a rank 5 Temple Knight of Armand, and a rank 5 Temple Knight of Anthem were sitting in the same conference room, which rarely happened. With the habits of a rank 5 Temple Knight, it was rare for them to travel with their true bodies, but they were all forced to leave. When the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job returned, he immediately met with the energy clones of the rank 5 Temple Knight of Armand and the rank 5 Temple Knight of Anthem. After learning that the rank 5 Temple Knight of the Dennis family, Auguste, had fallen, and he was killed in an instant without even being able to say his complete last words, the rank 5 Temple Knight of Armand and the rank 5 Temple Knight of Anthem did not hesitate and immediately agreed to the suggestion of the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job to evacuate from the family's castle. This kind of voluntary evacuation would not cause any substantial loss to the 3 noble families, but it would cause them to lose some face. But if they had to choose between losing some face or having their entire family slaughtered, they would still choose to lose some face. The current situation was that Duke Arthur was in the dark and they were in the light. Before they knew Duke Arthur's actual strength, they could not accurately judge and counterattack. So the 3 rank 5 Temple Knights were waiting for the investigation results of their rank 4 Sky Knight. In order to ensure the accuracy of the information, they each sent out the fastest rank 4 Sky Knight of their family. It was related to the rise and fall of their family, so the 3 rank 5 Temple Knights needed the most accurate information. Only their own rank 4 Sky Knights investigation results could they be 100% confident. Actually, the rank 5 Temple Knight of Armand and the rank 5 Temple Knight of Anthem were already regretting in their hearts. They had no enmity with Duke Arthur. Even if the Alliance wanted to target Duke Arthur, they would only agree to use indirect means such as business and instigation. They would not directly become enemies with Duke Arthur. But who knew that the rank 5 Temple Knight of Auguste and the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job would take the initiative to attack? The energy avatars of the 2 rank 5 Temple Knights were unable to kill Duke Arthur, and the rank 5 Temple Knight of Auguste had already fallen. The Yabba level 5 Holy Knight who knew the truth and had important information didn't reveal the fact that Duke Arthur had the incubating crystal. A treasure of this level was something that Yabba's 5th rank Temple Knight and Auguste's 5th rank Temple Knight were prepared to take for themselves. With the two families working together, how hard would it be to deal with a Sky Knight? But now that something had happened, the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job could not say anything. Once it was known that he attacked for the treasure and did not tell the Lyle family and the Jose family about the treasure, their many years of alliance would collapse. This was something that the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job could not accept. At this time, the more power they had to deal with Duke Arthur, the more likely they would win. After the death of the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job treated Duke Arthur as an existence on the same level. Duke Arthur had the power to kill a rank 5 Temple Knight of Job. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job did not have the confidence to fight against Duke Arthur with the power of the Cotton family. Only by dragging in the Lyle family and the Jose family would they have a chance. The three rank 5 Temple Knights of Job received the report of their rank 4 Sky Knight at the same time. After a series of inquiries, the communication circle was disconnected and the entire meeting room was dead silent. Dennis family, there should be at least 24th rank Sky Knights in the vicinity of the castle, right? Armand, a 5th rank Temple Knight, broke the silence and asked in a deep voice. Although it was an inquiry, the three of them were very clear about this. After so many years of alliance, how could they not know how strong each family was? Job, tell me more about Duke Arthur's power. Can he kill Augustus in an instant? Anthem asked the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job. Duke Arthur is stronger than a rank 4 Sky Knight, but he shouldn't have reached rank 5. I don't believe that he could kill Augustus in an instant. He should have helpers. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job shook his head and said, he had been thinking about this problem for a long time, and the family's intelligence system had already begun to act. The movements of the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job were being verified. However, it was very difficult to investigate the whereabouts of a rank 5 Temple Knight, especially Lord Gould of the main family. Investigating this kind of top nobility could cause trouble at any time. The only thing he could do to investigate Lord Gould was to investigate the use of the teleportation gate to see if Lord Gould had entered Kaya during this period. Currently, the information returned, there was no record of a rank 5 Temple Knight entering the teleportation gate, which made the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job very confused. Job, why did you and Augustus decide to attack Duke Arthur? This is different from the original plan. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand, finally couldn't help but ask. Augustus and I met Duke Arthur outside the city, who was acting alone. In that situation, killing Duke Arthur once and for all was the best choice. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand, replied calmly. But the truth is that your actions have given the Union a powerful enemy. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand, was very dissatisfied with his answer and retorted in a deep voice. Augustus and I are doing this for the Union. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand, insisted. This is not the Union's decision, but your own. Our plan was not to directly oppose Duke Arthur, but you have gone against the plan. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand, reiterated. Armand, what do you mean by that? The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand, suddenly stood up and asked. You know very well what I mean. The Union did not agree to you attacking Duke Arthur. My family should not be in such danger. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand, also stood up and replied loudly. After hearing about the tragic situation of the Dennis family, the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand thought about the danger of his family's future. He was extremely dissatisfied with the rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Job, Armand didn't participate in the argument between the two rank 5 Temple Knights. He just sat there quietly with a cold look in his eyes. After many generations of union, they were no longer as united as before. Chapter 783. David lost his target. He had no intention of destroying those cities before killing the level 5 Temple Knight of the three noble families. If he made a level 5 Temple Knight go crazy, the consequences would be very troublesome. David still used the electric state of the body of lightning to borrow a noble's carriage to teleport back to planet Boyo, where he resumed his identity as Duke Arthur. Under the protection of the 5-level 4 Sky Knight, he returned to planet Bama through the planet-level portal. He did this because he did not want to leave any evidence behind. Some things could be done, but they could not be used against him. The great world of God had the aristocratic affairs office, the law enforcement team, the council chamber, the Supreme Council, and the shrines at the top. If they really found evidence that David had massacred the Dennis family, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, David was very careful not to reveal that he had been to planet Kaya. Not only that, after he returned to planet Bama, the first thing he did was to go to the aristocratic affairs office. It was not the first time he had come to the planet Bama's aristocratic affairs office, but this time he came as a duke. When David and the 5-level 4 Sky Knight landed from the sky, the nobles who were waiting to do things took the initiative to bow to show their respect. Dukes had priority in the aristocratic affairs office, so they did not need to line up. Of course, as long as the nobles of planet Bama recognized the shadow leopard emblem on David's clothes, or did not see the emblem, the 6th-level 4 Sky Knight were enough to make the nobles take the initiative to avoid them. In the great world of God, rank and strength were equally important. A level 4 Sky Knight was enough for ordinary nobles to look up to. The person who received David was no longer the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. Thinking about it, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was an official of the Aristocratic Affairs Office headquarters. The last time he was there specifically to give out the reward. However, the person who received David this time was not a low rank either. He was the Minister of Security of the planet Bama's Aristocratic Affairs Office, Fraser. He was also a senior official of the Aristocratic Affairs Office. In the conference room, Minister Fraser sized up David. When he heard the report, he was told that David was already a rank 4 Sky Knight. The Aristocratic Affairs Office had detailed information on David, especially some of the things that David had done in Bama City. The Aristocratic Affairs Office had no choice but to pay special attention to him. Going from a normal person to a level 4 Sky Knight in a year was a huge leap, enough to be listed as a legend in the great world of God. But today, the legendary Duke Arthur had an angry expression on his face. Duke Arthur, may I know why you're here this time? Minister Fraser asked after he sat down. They had already greeted each other before. Minister Fraser, I'm here to report a case to the Aristocratic Affairs Office. David replied in a deep voice. Report a case? What case would you like to report? Minister Fraser was stunned. Who would dare to provoke Duke Arthur? Not to mention the Duke's title. Just the strength he showed and the attitude of the top nobles of the main family made the nobles not dare to do anything to Duke Arthur. I was attacked in the Black Rock mining area of Planet Bama and the nearby Purple Gold mining area. All the miners and a manager were killed. When I went to investigate, I was jointly attacked by a rank 5 Temple Knight of Augustus and a rank 5 Temple Knight of Yaba. I was lucky enough to escape and hide. The rank 5 Temple Knight of Augustus and the rank 5 Temple Knight of Yaba blocked the teleportation gate of Planet Bama. I was only able to return to Bama City after they removed the blockade. David slowly explained the matter. That's right. David was the first to report the case so that he would be at the top of the law. As long as there was no record of him leaving or returning to Planet Bama through the teleportation gate, then he would be trapped on Planet Bama during the time when the entire Dennis family was attacked. This was because no one could secretly use the sealed teleportation gate under the eyes of 2 rank 5 Temple Knight. Duke Arthur, do you have any evidence for what you said? Witnesses or material evidence are fine. Minister Fraser's face suddenly became a little ugly, and his attitude became more respectful as he asked. He couldn't be disrespectful. The matter involved 2 rank 5 Temple Knight, and Duke Arthur was able to escape from the attack of 2 rank 5 Temple Knights. He couldn't afford to offend either side. In fact, this case wasn't even something that the Noble Affairs Office could intervene in. If it involved a rank 5 Temple Knight, then it needed to be taken over by the Council Hall. However, Minister Fraser didn't dare to shirk it this time. All he did was record it and report it. The bodies of more than 200 of my family's miners are still in the mining area. The Black Rock mining area was destroyed. You can send people to investigate at any time. As for the rank 5 Temple Knight of Augustus and the rank 5 Temple Knight of Yaba, the two of them appeared at the teleportation gate of Bama City. The entire Bama City can confirm it. David said lightly, "Do you have any more direct evidence?" Minister Fraser was a little annoyed. The two rank 5 Temple Knights were really lawless. Just by the sealing of the teleportation gate, he could roughly infer the truth of Duke Arthur's words. However, Minister Fraser still relied on the process to ask. Minister Fraser didn't want Duke Arthur to provide more evidence. As long as they weren't caught on the spot, they could only mediate and reach a result that was acceptable to both sides. "Yes, my evidence is a little special," David said with a smile. "Please take it out. It's okay if it's special." Minister Fraser was stunned. He didn't expect Duke Arthur to have direct evidence. Why was it said that as long as the nobles weren't caught on the spot, they couldn't be convicted? The reason was that the battle between rank 4 and 5 Knight involved a wide range of people. It was very difficult to leave behind evidence. It was very difficult to convict just based on the words of the parties involved. Of course, if there were shrines of justice, they could verify whether the parties involved were telling the truth. However, this required the agreement of both parties. Very few people were willing to verify their testimonies with shrines of justice. In history, there were cases where the shrines of justice asked questions that exceeded the scope of what they should ask and exposed the privacy of the parties involved. Under the power of God, they still had to answer truthfully. "Minister Fraser, you also know that I came from the Interstellar Federation. When I came, I brought some souvenirs. One of them was a device that could record images. At that time, I was tracking 6 knights that attacked my mine. I just happened to turn on the device and recorded the entire process of the attack by the rank 5 Temple Knight Augustus and the rank 5 Temple Knight Yaba," David said with some embarrassment. Saying that he used the technology of the Interstellar Federation in front of a high official of the Aristocratic Affairs Office was considered an illegal act. However, David's situation was special. This was something that the Aristocratic Affairs Office knew. He grew up in the Interstellar Federation and came from the distant Interstellar Federation to the great world of God. It was normal for him to bring some souvenirs with him. Besides, in order to let David return to the great world of God, the shrines had an agreement with the Aristocratic Affairs Office and the Interstellar Federation government. As long as David didn't leak the technology of the Interstellar Federation to others, his use of it was not restricted. "May I take a look at the video you recorded?" Minister Fraser didn't know what to say, but he still followed the rules and asked. "Yes, please take a look," David said as he took out a small device and fiddled with it. A light screen appeared. On the light screen, the energy avatars of Ogiest and Yaba were charging towards the direction of the cameraman. The terrifying bloodline power of the level 5 Temple Knight flashed on the two energy avatars. Although it was only a light screen, due to the authenticity of the technology of the Interstellar Federation and the power of the energy avatars of the two level 5 Temple Knight, Minister Fraser couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Minister Fraser was shocked. He had such a reaction just by looking at the video. Duke Arthur was in the center of the attack at that time. How terrifying was that situation? The video was very short. It was fixed in the middle of the attack. The faces of the energy avatars of the two level 5 Temple Knight could be clearly seen. Even the killing intent in their eyes and the disdain on their faces could be felt. Minister Fraser was a little disappointed. He didn't see how Duke Arthur escaped from the energy avatars of the two level 5 Temple Knight. "Duke Arthur, can you give me this device?" Minister Fraser asked. "According to the agreement I signed with the Interstellar Federation, I can't give you the device, but I used the image pattern to save the video." David obviously wouldn't hand over the device in his hand. He smiled and took out a magic talisman. This magic talisman was a practice product he made casually. On the way here, he transferred the video onto it. As long as the magic talisman was activated, the video could be seen. When dealing with this kind of department, David couldn't be more careful. He couldn't leave any flaws. To be honest, he didn't care about the small device. He even gave the exoskeleton armor to Knight Charlie of the main family. If David handed over the device, it was very likely that the Aristocratic Affairs Office or the Council Hall would conclude that it was against the law. Duke Arthur, thank you for your trust in the Aristocratic Affairs Office. We will immediately investigate and give you a fair result, Minister Fraser said as he took the magic talisman. Then I'll have to trouble you. David stood up and said his goodbyes. As soon as David left the meeting room, a staff member from the Aristocratic Affairs Office quickly walked in. Sir, the latest information has arrived. It's all related to Duke Arthur. The staff member bowed and handed over a stack of parchment papers. The Aristocratic Affairs Office had branches on every planet, so they were the fastest to respond to things. After thousands of years of practice, the Aristocratic Affairs Office had already formed a very efficient information processing mechanism. For example, Duke Arthur lived on planet Bama, so as long as there was information about Duke Arthur, it would be gathered at the planet Bama's Aristocratic Affairs Office. It was just that this wasn't the usual time for information transmission. The daily information transmission would only be carried out at night. Minister Fraser knew that the information that could be sent now must be urgent. As he guessed, the information at the top was about Planet Boyo. Of course, the Aristocratic Affairs Office on Planet Boyo didn't have enough people, so it only recorded what happened in the main city of Boyo. It didn't describe what happened in the mines outside the city. However, it was clearly recorded that Auguste, a level 5 Temple Knight, and Job, a level 5 Temple Knight, brought 6 level 4 Sky Knight to block the portal. Minister Fraser flipped to the back, and his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Duke Arthur is indeed worthy of his name. When he was a level 2 official knight, he destroyed the Lick family, which had a level 3 Earth Knight. Then he destroyed the Berry family, which had a level 4 Sky Knight. Now, as a level 4 Sky Knight, he actually attacked the family of a level 5 Temple Knight. Minister Fraser mumbled to himself. The information recorded what happened on the Dennis continent on Kaya planet. The people of the Dennis family who didn't stay in the city found out about the massacre after returning to the city. They then reported it to the law enforcement team and the Aristocratic Affairs Office through the communication circle. The law enforcement team and the level 4 Sky Knight from the Aristocratic Affairs Office went with a temporary portal. They only had a preliminary investigation, and the detailed investigation was still ongoing. In the information, there was a description of the Dennis Castle. The walls were almost completely exposed, which showed how greedy the attackers were. The attackers had emptied Dennis Castle and the surrounding cities, leaving nothing of value behind. The information described the battle as a massacre. There were no traces of battle. The entire Dennis family was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Only the room of the level 5 Temple Knight of Auguste had some slight traces of battle. It was because of these traces that the intelligence personnel concluded that the level 5 Temple Knight of Auguste had fallen. The reason why Minister Fraser immediately said it was Duke Arthur's doing was because he was too familiar with this method. It was just like the Berry family's castle. It was also emptied, and everyone was killed. However, this time, it was an entire city. The Dennis family's power was not something the Berry family could compare to, but the result was the same. Minister Fraser then remembered that Duke Arthur had brought evidence to report the case. He looked at the magic talisman on the table, then at the stack of information. He immediately understood what Duke Arthur was thinking. No matter who it was, it would be very difficult to investigate Duke Arthur. Duke Arthur had brought out the evidence in advance and reported the case. Unless they could prove that there was something wrong with the evidence Duke Arthur provided, or they had direct evidence that Duke Arthur had massacred the Dennis family, they couldn't do anything to Duke Arthur. Duke Arthur was now a duke, so he had certain privileges. On top of that, he had a lot of power behind him and a lot of connections. He was no longer the powerless little noble from the countryside. Minister Fraser shook his head. All he needed to do was report Duke Arthur's case to the council hall and let them handle it. He took out a piece of blank parchment and wrote down the details of Duke Arthur's case. He then attached a magic talisman and sent it to the council hall through a small long-distance teleportation circle. Chapter 784. Steward Jason. Send someone to Boyo Planet to deal with the aftermath. Double the compensation. David summoned Steward Jason as soon as he returned to the villa. Something happened at Boyo Planet. Steward Jason asked anxiously. It was no wonder that Steward Jason was so anxious. As the steward of the Luce family, he naturally knew the current situation of the Luce family. Even though Arthur was already a duke, the family's income was very little. Boyo Planet's mining area was the most profitable of all the industries. Although the Krypton mining area did not produce anything, the purple gold mining area's value was still higher than the other industries of the family. The purple gold mining area and the black rock mining area have been attacked. The miners and managers are all dead. Send someone to collect the corpses and see if you can recruit more miners. If that's not possible, close the mining area first. David casually instructed. He had a different idea from Steward Jason. The income from the mining area was not even a drop in the ocean from the Dennis family. What David needed to do was to compensate the dead miners and managers. Although these people were not real members of the Luce family, they were still related. Have you found the murderer? Steward Jason asked. I have already reported to the Aristocratic Affairs office. You don't have to worry about the murderer. David could only say perfunctorily, Yes, master. Steward Jason bowed and said, I will be at Gammy Planet for the next few days. If there is anything, contact me through the communication circle. David finally said. He did not stay in Bama City for long. There was nothing here that could attract him. Gammy Planet's super large spirit gathering circle was empty. He did not want to delay his training twice a day. David used the planet-level teleportation gate in Bama City to return to Gammy Planet. Being on his own planet, he could not help but feel relaxed. It was his first time fighting a level 5 Temple Knight, so the pressure was not light. David's attack had to be foolproof. As long as the level 5 Temple Knight escaped, he would be in big trouble. Not to mention the exposed special ability, he would not be able to explain the origin of the 4 level 5 Temple Knights. A 5th-rank Temple Knight wasn't a 4th-rank Sky Knight. A 4th-rank Sky Knight could even be nurtured by some power in secret. Even if it was an ordinary aristocratic family, as long as they produced a top-notch genius, they would be able to nurture a rank 4 Sky Knight. But to nurture a 5th-level Temple Knight was unrealistic. The resources required to nurture a 5th-level Temple Knight was something that even a great noble would find extremely strenuous, let alone an ordinary noble. The inheritance required by a 5th-rank Knight of the Temple was not something an ordinary noble could possess. It could be said that a level 4 Sky Knight was the limit that a normal noble knight could reach. If a level 4 Sky Knight wanted to continue to advance, they would have to rely on a top-tier noble or a greater noble that was only second to a top-tier noble. Besides, every level 5 Temple Knight in the great world of God was recorded. Not to mention the sudden appearance of 4, even the sudden appearance of 1 would cause the Aristocratic Affairs Office and the law enforcement team to launch an investigation. It might even alert a higher authority. Fortunately, David acted decisively. Now he only had to wait for the matter to blow over slowly. The 3 great noble families couldn't possibly hide forever. He had plenty of time. As long as the 3 great noble families relaxed, it would be time for him to make his move. Returning to his castle, under the service of the robot servant, he washed up and went to the study to organize his gains. Those works of art and other looted wealth couldn't be exposed in the short term. He could only wait until the investigation of the Dennis family's extermination case was completed. Then he could dispose of them at will. The law of the great world of God had a special feature. As long as the case was closed, there was no need to worry about other unforeseen changes in the case. Once the Aristocratic Affairs Office gave a reasonable explanation for the Dennis family's extermination case, no one would be able to investigate the source of the wealth. The first thing David had to do was to resurrect Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight. In order to ensure the integrity of Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight body, he did his best to ensure that the body of Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight was intact during the battle. The real fatal wound was the sword that pierced his heart. Using the undying life force to activate all the vitality of Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight body, David transferred a level 5 soul origin from his soul space into the body of Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight. After some time of adaptation, the level 5 soul origin remained in Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight body, and from the muscles of Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight body, he received feedback from his battle instincts. Your name is Crow. Out of respect for Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight, David also gave Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight a new name after redesigning his face. From then on, David had another level 5 Temple Knight beside him, making it a total of 5. It was a pity that Augustus's level 5 Temple Knight was Crow's Knight. Because his energy avatar wasn't by his side when he was killed, there was no energy avatar in his heart space. This was also a pity. Without energy avatars in the heart space, Harlow's level 5 Temple Knight and Crow's level 5 Temple Knight couldn't have energy avatars for a long time. For a level 5 Temple Knight, their strength would be greatly affected. Fortunately, Michael, Bayer, and Harry, these 3 level 5 Temple Knights, had energy avatars that had lost their souls. This time, he had obtained a lot of soul energy from the Dennis family. David didn't prepare to absorb it himself. He was preparing to use this soul energy to restore energy avatars for the 3 level 5 Temple Knights. He called Michael's level 5 Temple Knight to his side and transferred his mind to Michael's level 5 Temple Knight soul. He had complete control over Michael's level 5 Temple Knight's body. Michael's level 5 Temple Knight's level 5 soul had already recovered after a month of recovery. It's just that the act of severing the soul was extremely dangerous even for a level 5 Temple Knight. Moreover, after a successful severing, it would cause great damage to the soul. Damage to the soul was extremely difficult to recover from, and every kind of medicine used to treat damage to the soul was a heavenly treasure. Therefore, when a level 5 Temple Knight used an energy avatar, they would do their utmost to prevent it from being destroyed. Every time they condensed an energy avatar, it would not only be a waste of time and resources, but also have a great impact on the soul. A level 5 Temple Knight's emotions would be rapidly drained due to the damage to the soul. David didn't have any worries in this regard. The soul avatar wasn't his main soul. He would control it when he needed it, and when he didn't need it, it would act on its own. After absorbing the battle instincts of the level 5 Temple Knight's flesh, the avatar could perfectly carry out his orders without needing his control. To the soul avatar, there was no emotion to speak of, and there was no trouble of losing emotions. David summoned the shadow attendant, controlling the hand of the level 5 Temple Knight, Mike, to press on the shoulder of the shadow attendant. With a thought, the shadow attendant transmitted soul energy into the body of the level 5 Temple Knight Mike. David guided the soul energy towards the level 5 Temple Knight Mike's level 5 soul. And at the same time, he fused the power of his level 5 bloodline with his mind, turning it into an illusory, sharp blade. The sharp blade, formed from the power of his level 5 bloodline, was unable to affect the level 5 soul without a physical body, but the sharp blade formed from his mind didn't have the ability to cut through a level 5 soul. Only by fusing the power of his level 5 bloodline with his mind could he cut through a level 5 soul. According to the method recorded in the book regarding energy avatars, David operated the sharp blade formed from the fusion of his level 5 bloodline with his mind for the first time, cutting at the level 5 soul. When a fifth of the level 5 soul was cut off, David's consciousness in the level 5 Temple Knight Mike's soul felt a sharp pain, a pain that truly penetrated his soul. Fortunately, it wasn't David's main soul that was cut, and the effects of this sharp pain immediately disappeared as he took the initiative to shield himself. At this time, the soul energy flowing in from the shadow attendant just happened to enter the level 5 Temple Knight Mike's level 5 soul, and after the soul energy flowed in, the damaged soul recovered at an extremely fast speed. David controlled the cut-off fifth of the soul to enter his sea of consciousness. As soon as it entered his sea of consciousness, he didn't need to control it, and the fifth of the soul flew into the energy avatar. This was an even stranger feeling. David felt that this energy doppelganger was very close to him, but it also felt like there was a layer separating them. Under David's control, the energy avatar of the level 5 Temple Knight, Mike, left his sea of consciousness. After leaving his sea of consciousness, it immediately appeared in the real world in the form of energy, appearing in front of David. With a thought, David's energy avatar's silhouette flickered and appeared on the other side of the room. In such a short distance, the energy avatar's speed was almost comparable to the shadow attendant's teleportation. Mike's level 5 Temple Knight, Mike's level 5 soul, had already consumed a lot of soul energy and had completely recovered. David didn't keep consuming his soul energy, as he didn't have much to waste. He still had 2 level 5 Temple Knights energy avatars to recover. Mike's level 5 Temple Knight, Mike's energy avatar, returned in front of David, allowing him to carefully examine the avatar of the level 5 Temple Knight. Although the previous 3 level 5 Temple Knight, Mike, had energy avatars in his sea of consciousness, how could the energy avatar in his sea of consciousness be as direct as in front of his eyes? The body of the energy avatar was made from the power of the 5th rank's bloodline through a special method. The power of the 5th rank's bloodline was a kind of liquid solid energy, which was fused with the spirit of the level 5 Temple Knight. Because Mike's level 5 Temple Knight, Mike, had already completed the creation of the energy avatar, there was no need for David to complete it. Actually, the process of condensing an energy avatar was very long. A level 5 Temple Knight would need several months in seclusion, and with the addition of the recovery from soul severing and so on, the creation of an energy avatar would take at least a year, not to mention the after effects. This was also the reason why David wanted to create energy avatars for Harlow and Crow. With such a long time, he might even become a level 5 Temple Knight himself. With the 2 crystals in David's soul space strengthening him, in case he became a level 5 Temple Knight, he would inevitably become the most powerful among level 5 Temple Knights. At that time, the requirement for the strength of his subordinates would be a lot lower. David had experience in this matter. Just like when he was still an Earth Knight, his level 4 Sky Knight subordinates were very useful. But after he became a level 4 Sky Knight himself, he could easily kill close to 20 level 4 Sky Knights by himself. David also discovered something marvelous in Mike's energy avatar. A fifth of his soul was in the avatar's body, without any loss, and was instead being nourished by the avatar at an extremely slow speed. No wonder the books said that the longer an energy avatar exists, the more bloodline power it can control, and the stronger it will be. David muttered to himself. A fifth of his soul could only barely control the 5th rank bloodline power in this body. David had the energy avatar place its hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. This time, he controlled the shadow attendant's soul energy. This was an experiment. A ball of soul energy entered 1/5 of the avatar's soul and repaired it. Although this ball of soul energy only increased the soul by a small amount, David was able to control his bloodline power much more easily than before when he controlled the avatar through the soul of the avatar. It was no longer as strained as before. This discovery made David both happy and helpless. He was happy because the soul energy was too useful. It could directly increase the combat power of the avatar. However, the problem was that he had consumed too much spiritual energy. The spiritual energy that he had obtained these few times was not enough for his own soul. Moreover, for a very long period of time, his spiritual energy would not be enough. After that, David restored the energy avatars of the Bayer and Harry Temple Knight avatars. These 2 times of restoring the damage of the 5th rank soul caused the shadow attendant to use up all the soul energy he obtained this time. Thinking about it, it made sense. It seemed like he had obtained a lot of soul energy this time. the souls of a whole city of humans. But in reality, there were not many people in this city. Those who could live near Dennis Castle were all members of the Dennis family, so there couldn't be too many people. But in reality, he had only obtained one soul of a 5th-rank Temple Knight and about 20 souls of 4th-rank Sky Knights. The rest of the souls provided very little energy, and in the absence of a large number, they were of no help to the overall situation of soul energy. David shook his head. He still had 3 5th-rank Temple Knights to consume soul energy with, and the only thing that could provide him with a large amount of soul energy was the soul of a 5th-rank master. He couldn't go out of his way to hunt down a 5th-rank master. If he did that a few times, the shrines would track him down. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.